you need, call no matter where you are, no matter how far.
I totally wasn't muted the entire time, by the way.
Wait, we were muted?
I was. Oh well.
Muted?
It gives it. No, I'm not. I was. Like I had fucked something up. It's my fault, not you.
Alright, it's all good.
Well, I had just introed. I was saying Amon has just gotten there. It is me and Salty to commentate. We are very happy to be here. And perfect. His games just got posted. It is Amon versus Lin Leo. So I mean Leo Lin. So he's only playing dudes with fucking sick names. We have John Manley and Leo Lin. It's just like an action movie.
Oh yeah, this guy looks like he's ready to knock someone out.
No pitcher too. That's scary. So what we're gonna run a poll. What opening do you think we're gonna get? What are all the options? We'll do an England for you.
Okay, England's that's a must. We gotta get an England in there.
We'll do England queen sack line.
I think a Banco would be serious.
Banco, England,
and maybe like a Owen defense or 1b6.
Yeah, b6, and then he does play the Sicilian, the Tomanov sometimes. Well, my spelling's gonna be wrong in this, but let's do e6 Sicilian. He's got a pretty solid repertoire. We'll do it a good 5 minutes or 3 minutes because that's when the games start.
Sure.
And happy voting. Perfect. We have Amon joining the Zoom, so we'll get a camera soon.
But I'm real excited though to be here today on the team commentating. Looking forward to the action firsthand.
Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna be fun.
And we have
officially kicking off. We have Amon at the board. We have Big Jeff. Oh, actually, that's really good, just like that. Look at that angle. It's a little delayed for you, but it's gonna look very nice very soon. So the openings that we could get is one. I don't know what Lin Leo plays, but if he plays e4, we might get a Sicilian, b6. I don't think Amon will go d4, but on e4, I mean.
If we see a London, I'm really hoping for an England gambit. I have to be biased here as an England player, as Amon's the most well-versed student. I think he might tease us with it. You never know.
Give us a little tease. Ooh, a French. That would be a wild card. I don't think Amon plays the French very often.
I believe he used to be I believe he's been a French player for a hot minute though. Maybe not of late, but definitely in his repertoire of openings that he's comfortable with.
You zoom you out a bit. Apparently people are complaining. By people I mean one person. But oh well, that's
I can back up.
Yeah, no, I fixed it, don't worry. Just a bit of behind the scenes work. Hitting alt. You're so zoomed in, you can almost touch them. Just reach through the screen. And you know, a lot of chat wants to touch you. You get them excited with your chess. Which is one of the things I'm very excited. Tactically, we'll be able to kill this game. Positionally, well, this will be interesting, commentating positional chess. Hopefully Amon takes it to some fun waters.
Well, he's not playing like a title player, so that'll give him much more. That'll give him much more leeway to go for the attack be more aggressive.
True. Amon is Canada rating, I don't know, but
Oh,
his
wow.
FIDE is 2400. 2450.
We got a dead tie between the England queen sack and c5.
Yep. He does like this Tomanov Sicilian. It's so much so I asked him and told him I need a black opening, one that I can play for the next 1000 points. And he just said pick up the Tomanov. And he was right. That's what you kind of played too. You played the fishing pole kind of setup, but it's the same kind of idea.
Yeah, pretty much.
Plus I also go knight g5 and h5. I also do that in blitz. It's fun. But yeah, Amon is this will be a very good game. It does look like, how old would you say Leo is? Because if he's a kid, that's a little more scary. But it looks like he's almost like my age, like 20-ish. Because if it was a kid at this rating, that's some scary shit.
But then the thing is, he's Asian too, right? So you know what they say: blacks don't crack, Asians don't raisin. You never know.
You
He
never
could be
know.
a lot older. Looks can be deceiving.
Yeah, I guess. What the fuck? He was born in 2009. There's no way. There's no way. Someone pull up this dude's. I'm pulling up his FIDE page.
If that's true, then that's scary, man. That's just
Holy shit. FIDE, he was born 2009. So he is 13 or 14. Oh,
and
this
we
is a
got an
scary rating.
E4 opening. So that rules out immediately any England games.
Yes, but we might get something else. Let me pull that up. Oh yeah, I pull up shots. I knew I was missing something. I do look 14, so I do think Amon is deciding between b6 and c5.
Or the Sicilian.
Yeah. Turned up the sensitivity on this mouse since yesterday. We might have a think here, honestly. d5 just like, I mean it's, I wouldn't do it. Not in the classical game.
I'm also been playing more c5 though. When he was chasing his GM title, he's been diving more, deep into like the time line off, I believe, and a few other lines.
Yeah, I think he's just deciding what opening he wants between b6 and c5.
Very much.
He's definitely not going e5. That's for damn sure. Okay, and as I
And there we
expected,
go.
got
We have a
c5
c5.
Sicilian. No boring shit. He is gonna play a very sharp line. Kids are gonna, they know all the opening theory. So this might be an opening battle.
One thing's for sure though. After c5, Amon is here to fight.
I got you, Noir.
b6, much more solid, much more conservative, but c5 is no punches are being pulled here.
What's me? Knight f3, probably e6 is the line that Amon plays. d5, pawn takes, knight takes, and then a6, I believe. Either a6 or knight on c6 or queen c7. There's a lot of move orders. Sorry, I had to burp. Oh, I really hope we don't get an Alipin. Alipins are brutal. I mean,
The white
Amon
side or the
hates
black
it
side?
as a black. Okay, thank God we had to close the Sicilian. Alipins are brutal. The close is definitely tricky, and a lot of times I don't know it as well as the open, which I think is also maybe why Leo plays it. It's kind of a sideline. The main move there is knight f3. I do believe just a6 is the move here though, or e6 for Amon anyway. Maybe
yes.
knight c6 is also a move, but Amon is an e6 Sicilian, bruh. Hello to Lancelor, how you doing, buddy? I'm just gonna call out
Buddy Lancer.
I'm gonna call out all the gift subs we've gotten so far and subs. Thank you Spartos for the 60 months. Thank you Unlimited Rice Pudding for the 46. little mouse slip or tongue slip. Thank you Gunnar Stahl for the tier 3 for 13 months. And thank you John Jones also for the tier 3 for 13 months. Hello Hamster Ham and hello Vexy.
Go girls.
Yep, as I expected, we did get E6.
E6, yes.
Yep.
So Amon's pretty comfortable here. This is what was his main weapon, chasing GM, right?
Yep. And it's definitely what he recommended to me. We got G3. So this is an interesting setup against the Sicilian. It's like is it the Keller system or it might be Geller system against it, where you go E5, C5, and then G3. But now he's included knight F3, knight C3. That's interesting. I'm just gonna check what Sicilian is called.
No, this is just some tea in my chessbrah cup there, left bridge
Okay, I
mode.
forgot the exact opening, but whatever. Yeah, it's definitely the positions are different than the open, that's for sure. But I think Amon's game plan will still be the same. A6. Actually, you know, since he hasn't taken the center, Amon might play D5 here. Because black hasn't taken the center, and this is supposed to be kind of good for white. You will have to deal with blasting pressure on this pawn. But, this is like what you're supposed to do. In theory, if they give you the center with a Sicilian. I don't play it because I don't love these positions, but it scores well. But I think Amon is deciding between if he wants to go just like steady or like straight for I want an advantage this game. It's a funny comment. So I do think that in the opening it's going to be Amon's going to use a lot of his time. I think we're going to be under an hour by move 15. At least on his clock. I don't know how quick Leo is, but yeah, I do agree.
Looks like just get more aggressive.
D5 is the way to go. It is just like
Open it up.
you're taking the full
if
center as well because they
give you the center. You should always take, you know. So
yep.
can never go wrong with just grabbing some space.
And then D4 here. This is theory apparently.
Yeah, I was a little worried about D4 because then they're threatening some pressure on your knight with bishop to G5, and if you take, that's an isolated pawn. So yeah, we have an isolated pawn here, bishop G5. It's a lot of pressure being exerted here.
Not near pawn. It's not. Anyway. I do think Amon's gonna go into a think here about G5. D5, I mean.
See, E5 or D5?
I mean D5. That's because it changes the entire course of the game on move 4 if you wanna which line you wanna go for. A6 or D5 right away. Got another beep. That AC is very funny.
But the point here is in a serious think tank, eh? It's just move
Move 4. Or move 3. Yeah.
The only issue I have normally with D5 is just if you go D5, it's that move. If you want to put on the board, takes, just E5 here. I mean D4, and just taking on that isolated pawn, it just feels.
Well, maybe you don't even take it. You just play knight c3, because you don't mind this.
Okay.
You're recapturing with the bishop, getting active. Bishop here, knight here. This looks pretty nice. You'd have to go bishop e7 then castle because you want to hang this pawn, but Big beep. Anytime I change the temperature one thing, it does it. So we did get d5, by the way. As I expected. This is kind of the most advantageous
and
line.
there we go. We have d5 on the board. Amon is here to fight.
He is here to fight. And it's kind of strange, but his opponent's not picking a good setup. Like, I know you were listening to what he said yesterday. As black, you have two battles. One, you have to equalize out of the opening, because he's white, he has to go first, so he's always a little bit better. And then two, you have to then win the game. But his opponent's not taking a very... It's solid, that's for sure, but this is not a very advantageous setup. Because, I mean, after this, like, it's known that white's just kind of fine. I mean, that black's just kind of fine. Like, he has the full center. He'll defend his pawns if, like, need be. And then if ever e5, just knight c3, because you don't want to take and help him develop. So I guess that's, like, he might be slightly worse here, but it's, like, out of the opening, I do believe that this is pretty good for him. Bishop here and just castles. You could also make a case for c takes and then knight takes. But I don't want to let him
Well, we
take
don't want
the
to give up
bishop.
our bishop pair here, so...
Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of this, but this could have a case for it. It's a little drawish, but I mean, that's another thing. Amon doesn't want to draw, he wants to win. So he has to look for... Go back to the current position, but this isn't supposed to be good from white. Like, I already know that. Which is quite interesting. I do think he's going to keep more pieces on the board than what I just showed. I do think that might be his idea, Omid, because he's taking a very solid approach to a Sicilian compared to going just into, like, main lines. Because he isn't going for any advantage here as white, honestly. Like, I don't... Like, there are lines against the Sicilian that are much more taxing and much more forcing. But, he didn't choose one. And, you know, it's possible. It's, you know, you're playing Amon, so your playstyle differs a little bit. We, takes on d5, so takes 6. Yes, Bunglet. Yes, he was. So we expected this, the d5 and takes. I think Amon has kind of already gotten the idea. Okay, he's playing solidly. He's gonna make me force the issue, which I doubt he's too thrilled about. Hello, chicken pants. Amon is 2454 FIDE, and I don't know his Canadian off the top of my head. I'm sure it's on this though. Okay, I'll have it for next. It's actually really funny. He's 2454 FIDE, and then his UFCF is 2545. It's like funny how they're very similar numbers but off by 100. It's encouraging that his opponent's thinking here, by the way, because it's kind of like he's regretting his choice. We did get bishop g3.
Yeah, it's just the opening
f3.
stage, eh?
I think so, but I do think his opponent's kind of not. It was a little bit delayed, but the fact that he's thinking, one, it means he wasn't prepped. So he's just taken a quote-unquote solid position for them. Yeah, we did get everything I predicted, bishop g6 and knight f6. You can also get it through a Canadian rating, I'm pretty sure. If your Canadian rating is 2,500, but you're not 2,500 FIDE, you still get GM, or no?
I think that's just FIDE.
Maybe. I'm gonna get a drink, so I'll be right back.
Is it both Canadian and FIDE? That's totally fine, or just FIDE? Yeah, there we go. Just FIDE and norms.
Well, I'm sorry that the water's right next to me. I gotta walk to a little fridge though, Wild Axe. Okay, well, at least I got answered. Is that Kusha? What do you think we see Kusha? Because I have a bigger frame, so I can confirm or deny it. That is Kusha. Kusha is playing behind a mine.
Yeah.
That's quite funny. Friend of the
chessbrah sub right there.
He's on board too. Very exciting for Mr. Kusha. The lights are on, it's just not that bright. I'll turn them up more. It's very early, I don't want to have a bright light at me. Thank you, Nicola, for the 100 bits. So what do you think about Amon's opponent thinking? You think he's regretting his choice, or do you think he just doesn't know what to do? It's very funny, because this is just like the main line. Even I would play it against this.
I think it's just you're just thinking far ahead. Sometimes when you know your move you're gonna play, you just think a little further than that.
Yep.
Okay, D3 is just surprising to me. It's not that competitive.
It's not at all. He's really showing his hand in the opening. He's not playing for a win as white.
No,
which sucks.
He's just trying to play solid here.
Trying to play solid, trying to get a draw, because he's gonna get lots of points for it. So I mean, in his mind, he's okay with it. But
D4 was definitely the move because it gets real dynamic, real fast.
Yeah.
Because that pawn on D5 becomes extremely loose. They can take or retake, doesn't matter. Bishop G5, a lot of pressure down that setter, opening up the diagonal. But yeah, D3 is just very limptic.
Indeed. It's kind of. There's two ways to look at it. You can look at it, okay, his opponent's not playing for a win, not very good. But it's also, it's hard to play for a draw, because in your mind you're like, I don't want to mess up, is this line okay? It's not a way to win a game, and it's definitely no way to lose one, playing for a draw. It's very tricky to do. Especially as like a 2K.
Hello to Sergeant Moj. What's up, buddy?
Moj has been killing it with the OBS setups. Makes it very easy. I wonder if this is a new position. No, but it's not very common. How is white not playing for a win? Do you really have to ask that? They've given up the center. I mean, they're
playing a much higher rated opponent. Like, I would be intimidated if I was playing a GM, regardless of how inactive he's been in the last couple of years. Just that title exudes authority. It just strikes fear.
Yeah. I mean, he's not playing for the win because one, Amon's already equalized out of the opening on move 6, which is like this allowing D5 is equalizing. It's known. And then going into this D3 line, it's just like, it's really showing his hand. He's not playing for an advantage, he's playing to be solid.
We have confirmation from Mr. Mattermonkey that D3 actually is theory. And it's a very normal line against for this nice C3 line.
Really, it just... I've always thought that if you get D5 in the Sicilian, you get the center, you're just... One, it's kind of good for you. It's a hype. I know, I can see that, you know, your pieces are attacking the center, but if D5, it's like... I mean, I can see why you would take it, but you go knight C6, Develop your bishop. Yeah, I do think he's going more solid than anything else. Okay, so it's just solid. Okay, that makes more sense. Mon is in the think tank. Apparently D4 or apparently D4 is the move here. Here's the opening book. Yeah, D4 is the
D4
most
would be
common move.
scary. Like if I didn't know theory, I would not. That's not like a move that would come to me naturally. Just because you're opening up that that light square bishop along that monster diagonal long term. But of course, if you're following book, then it's totally fine.
Okay, bishop wants to hit D5. Oh, speaking of not playing knight F3, Amon might have just played knight F6. We already got that. That was my bad. The opponent is 14. It's quite impressive. So apparently D4 is the move here. And then where are you gonna move your knight? Maybe to E4. Take the center. It's gonna... I don't know if I would take the trade, but you're gonna have to take the bishop out. Because you don't want to take with anything.
But yeah, the opponent's being very conservative though with where he's with the placement of his knight, not quickly jumping the gun with knight F3. Keep that bishop exerting the long diagonal on D5. Knight C3.
Yeah, that's why I expected and liked the move D4. It's a Grunfeld-esque, you know, attacking later in the setup for white, but it's D3 kind of just is like, okay, I'll attack a lot later. It'll definitely be interesting to see how
Build clap with that 70 month.
Oh yeah, long time sub bros. We got a lot of them coming out for Amon's new OTB thing. Very excited for it. Well, I do believe doesn't Amon beat Shirov? So if this is the
He actually has, yeah.
This is the Korchno defense that Shirov specializes in. Amon kind of sure he did some prep. Okay, so Kurtz is saying that D4 is bad here because takes, and then knight C3 comes with tempo because you haven't played knight F3 here yet, or knight E2.
Exactly, yeah. The pressure on that center pawn is too much. Bishop G5 comes, undermining the knights. And the whole position just looks like it's gonna collapse.
I think Amon's definitely trying to remember the theory here. Dude. Very burpy this morning. So as I predicted, we're probably going to be under an hour by move 10. It is kind of sharp. He has to remember which line he wants to choose. I do get increment per move, so it's kind of nice. He had 30 seconds per move. So Amon, as we've seen yesterday, can take his time towards the later ends and then speed it up. He actually said he's more confident over the board than online. And if he's that, I mean, you wouldn't know it though, because if you see him online, he just kills it in the increment. Ooh, let's go, Fishy. That'll be very fun. Casual OTB is very fun. Do you still go to your club?
I do. I play the casual tournaments. Casual games, just trying to get my... it's a different experience going from online transferring to OTB is just it's not so easy to just transition between the two, and vice versa.
Yeah.
So my rating is incredibly low right now.
I
So yeah, just
I know you're feeling about low rating. So I started playing chess as like a kid when I'm like kindergarten, third grade. But I only played for 3 years and I quit after I hit 400 UFCF. I was just like, fuck this, I'm out. And so going back to, I played a tournament this year. So I just played the U1000 tournament and won it. It was very fun. I was just playing 500s.
For the longest time I was actually avoiding OTB chess, but then Eric really pushed me to play at the local chess club, and there was a tournament happening. Ended up going, got a shit rating, but I was like, fuck it.
Yeah, at least you got one. You know, it's more than a
Exactly.
lot of people. And going, once you start going, you will get better. Like, I got a lot better. I kept playing at my club at my school, and there's like 3 guys, you know, 1800 rapid chess.com. So we play some good games. I have more of a chance in Blitz against them. Ooh, there might be a Blitz event tomorrow. Little leak right there. There's a Blitz event at the tournament, so you might be able to watch that as well. But it's definitely fun playing OTB. I love going to my club I think it's Thursday, Friday, although I'm very tired. And I haven't gone in a while because it's at my college. Yeah, you gotta draw around 2. Hello, Eviscerated. There is a chess.com link. You can just do !! score and it will come. How you doing, Daniel? And we're still in the Amon thing. I'm gonna.
Yeah, Amon seems to be really concerned. Would you say he's concerned? Is that a way
I
to put
would
it?
say when I interviewed him yesterday, he said he wasn't confident. He probably remembers the lines from 7 years ago, but he's worried, is this still the line now? You know, like as he said, when he was really prepping. Yeah, exactly, Bunga. In Blitz, I'll have the chance versus some of the kids in my college, but some of them in Rapid. I played it's a lot of people. For example, I met a guy who learned chess in prison. Super nice guy. Didn't ask why I was in prison. He kicked my ass about 5 times in chess. It was very fun though, because he was playing he wasn't playing any theory, because he learned in prison, so he had all prison, like just knew how to like play, but was completely just an opening I'd never seen, to completely like playing pretty much like a hippo but with knight f3s. It was very fun. Prison makes some good chess players. Pretty big there, at least in US prison.
There's a lot of options here though.
There are a lot of options.
Knight c6, bishop b7.
Yep, Bunglet, they didn't play with clocks, so I challenged him to a blitz game and flagged him. Dead. I was like so much worse. No remorse there. I literally told him before, I was like, okay, the only way I'm gonna win, and then I pulled up my clock. And didn't have increment. His opponent is very young. His opponent's like 14, which is insane. Because he's 2K FIDE, which is no joke. Yeah, talented youth. He's the U14 champion?
Yeah,
Jesus.
champion, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, this tournament attracts a lot of scary youth, man. Are you more afraid of older guys or younger guys?
Younger guys, 100%. Because you can play people who've been playing, like, at my club, there was a guy who was walking by, and he's like, oh, I played the game for 20 years. It's like, okay, we're not playing with a clock, just focus up. And, you know, they're not, as active as a lot of the younger guys. So, like, positionally, he might have been stronger than me. But, like, tactically, he was just blundering, kind of. Like I had some bishop takes f2 thing. There was another. There's like ways you can beat the older players if you make the game tactical. I can't really do that against the kids. They're just good at everything. Scary.
But also for the older guys, they're pretty much like washed up. They're past their prime, so
In theory.
the
And
kids,
then
the younger kids have more growth.
they
more,
say that, then Vishy comes out of
ceiling.
retirement. Vishy comes out of retirement after 20
Well, Rich
years.
is just a different
Vishy's
beast,
cracked,
though.
yeah.
That guy's insane. The level he's still playing at his age is incredible.
Yeah, very true. And it's quite impressive too, because I think one of the things he's still studying theory, like teaching. That's one of the main things. He's still teaching. Like he's helping out in India. So
Helping the new generation, huh?
Yep. So he's still keeping up to date with the theory. Versus we saw someone like Gary who came back out of retirement, who maybe been having more fun, in retirement, doing all the adventures he's doing, but not focusing on chess as much. And well, we all know what happened in that cup. He came back.
Yeah,
though.
that was pretty unfortunate, honestly. I don't like seeing that, honestly. Someone
Yeah.
that great. It's just rough.
Yeah.
He's been like inactive for like so many years, and all these kids are been booked up for so many years.
Oh yeah, because it's like Yasser said. This he was commentating a game from. It was in the St. Louis U.S. Youth. It was Andrew Hong. Amon commentated on his games and played him a couple times. It's a speed of light guy. He pulled out some computer prep that was like 30 moves deep, and Yasser's commentating it, and he's just like, yeah, this is why I don't play OTV anymore. I would just be caught in some young dude's prep and just like, because
Yeah, it's very disheartening when you play theory, because at the end of the day, it's just the engine, and no one likes playing against the engine.
yep, and
It's
your
just so demoralizing.
opponent's just blitzing out every top move for like 10 moves, because they're gonna be prepping if it's like, we're going for a big tournament like the US champs or something like that. But it will it definitely changed the game for a lot of older players.
Oh man, Amon is still in the think tank here.
Yep.
Down
At this point, I'm just used.
I'm out of time.
I'm just used to it. He had used, let's see, he used 50 seconds on c5, another minute on e6, another 4 minutes on d5, and then 10 seconds on recapturing, 40 seconds here. So he's literally used like 30 minutes on this move, or 20, I guess, if he gets on 2 under an hour. Chad is in for a treat. This is a very fun song. Some techno. Opportunity by STZ. Big fan. You think that's a strategy? Amon is so comfortable using a lot of his time here, and if I'm 14, I might be a little nervous to be playing against Amon in a GM. Maybe I pull the Grishuk approach and make them think I'm in time pressure. Of course, we saw how that worked last game, but we're going to it again.
Not many people can say they're very good at time scrambles, because I've seen Amon get down to like a couple of seconds until Tuesday, and he just something in him just unlocks.
It's the
It's like
hyperbullet
the
instinct.
lower time he has, him and Grishuk, the stronger they get.
It's the hyperbullet instinct, because he's not thinking about his moves as much. He's really just playing them. It's like, okay, this is my sort of plan for the next 5 moves. Even if it's not the best plan, I've accepted that this is my plan. You just gotta like move, Which is that too. He's also probably taking some time because he hasn't played much OTB recently. Oh, are we getting a move? Or is he faking us out? Nope, we're just giving us a stretch. I'm gonna see if we can. Yeah, we'll get more of him into the frame. Nice. Hello, Tongue Time. How you doing, buddy? I do think we are seeing some signs of his opponent getting antsy. He stood up for like 20 seconds and then got back down. So maybe the strategy's working off. Glad to hear it, Tongue Time. We are chilling for the next move. It might take another 6 minutes, knowing I'm on. Probably will. Yeah, you can gambit pawns and play fast and loose at a certain rating. But even I was having some. They just don't accept your gambits over OTB.
Yeah, that's a very true statement by Polar Bear. I remember when I like my first 3 games, or my 3 whites, I played E4. Tell me how I transposed into a London every time. It's just weird how you try to play.
I don't know how you
aggressively,
got that. Well, keep in mind if I see D5, D4, I play F5. So even if I see a London, I'm actually quite happy because it's not very good against the Dutch. I'm gonna play E6 and castle, and honestly, most beginners will play, or most people who don't know London very well, will play Bishop D3, kind of just their system. And then after E5, they can't take back with the D pawn because I'll take their bishop because they have a knight on D7 or D2. Pretty much the same thing. Do you remember rewatching Blitz Champs? But Eric Armstead, he blundered a piece the same way.
No, I didn't.
So my UFCF is like 850, but I've only played 1 tournament. And I was 400 before that. So I gained 400 in 1 tournament and haven't gone back yet. I won the tournament I played. So I'm enjoying the little sandbagging. I probably will enter the World Open at some point. But when I enter it, I'm gonna win it. So I'm gonna like wait till I'm like 2K online, go in with my 800 rating and just win. Very sandbaggy. That's what other people are doing too.
No, but this is actually really true though. The kid's gonna turn 15 before Amon's next move. This is Amon's taking his sweet time here.
It's the classic Blitz thing that he does even more in classical. My online rating is 1800-ish, and bullet I'm a little better, but 1800 rapid, 1800 Blitz. And after playing for like a year and a half. So I'm studying a lot. I would say if you want to study theory, the chess.com opening book is just the best way. Just do lessons, and then also watching other people's games is very good to learn theory, like what they did in that position. Exactly, Tetris. Well, I'm also gonna be playing more. I play on like longer time, not rated time controls at my club, which is important. It's not just thinking like, oh, I'm 2K Blitz, I'll be 2K classical. It's like, nope, that's not how that works. Yeah, this kid's definitely getting bored. Which is, it's a strategy, you know, he's looking at his food. I mean, Kamar, you're joking, but F3 is my hyper opening. I play F3, G3. It's quite fun. It just starts relating up. Exactly, silly. There's always gonna be someone I'm gonna have to play. Well, it's 10:40. You know, they're getting a little hungry. I might, depending on how long this game goes, I might ask for some food. And by the way, feel free to take a break whenever you want. But if you need to go to the bathroom, just say so. He's 14 or 13. He's 13. No, I keep saying he's 14. But it's quite insane. He keeps expecting Amon to make a move. Amon's going back in his chair.
I think what Amon's doing here is just psyching the kid out, you know, testing his
Honestly.
patience, because he knows kids have, you know, short attention spans or trying to move quickly. He's really testing the kid's endurance.
Honestly, he is. I wouldn't be able to. I'd be fidgeting. I would probably just get up. That's another interesting thing. I don't know why he's sitting at the board the whole time. It would make me more nervous. I would just want to...
He looks like he's about to like just off himself. Like he's just so like bored out of his mind, the kid.
Chewy does look pretty bored. The kid is annoyed, indeed. But I mean, with 30 seconds of increment, 20 seconds moved on use 1, 30. I'm just doing the math. He sat here for 25 minutes on move 6. Because I have the move time, so I can see how much time he used beforehand. He's also testing us. That's one of the main things he's doing. You know, and Amon's probably just calculating all the way to the end. He's like, okay, I just want to blitz out every move after this. Just calculate.
He's literally twerking. That's so tired. That's so bored he is.
Well, I said at move 10 we would go under an hour. It's now move 6 and we're going there. Oh well. We are on our way. Yeah. It's made in 50. Mon has it all calculated. That would be fun, Mookie Mage. Yeah, made in 175.
Oh, you weren't in Toronto, huh? I mean, Montreal.
Yeah, I am.
Did you watch the pool stream?
I saw a bit of it, and I've watched a bit of the VOD, but I was asleep during it. You know how our sleep schedules are, it's random before we're awake.
Literally.
Yeah, Mon has moved on. He's already beat this guy in his head. He's now playing his 5 o'clock game. We gotta move! Finally! We got Bishop E7.
Okay, that's...
It's a move. He obviously just wants to castle, get his bishop out. He kind of wants to... He also doesn't want Bishop G5 to be very good. Pogo, we gotta move. He is 1.5 out of 2, playing very well. Well, the last game was exciting, to say the least. It is 13, yo. Indeed. How you doing, buddy, JK? No, but it is a big troll. He used 26 minutes on that move. We do have to ask him about it. Because, there's obviously Kurt saying that his files said D4 here. It is possible that, you know, Kurt's is studying a bit more recent than Amon. Maybe his files are a bit more active.
That is Mr. Kusha next board.
Yep. He's playing he's playing Mark IGM. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. It seems like IGM might be the top board. Because they have Amon sitting at board 1, in theory. But it's possible that that's real board 1 next to him. I don't exactly know how this tournament set that up. Showing up at the Annex Chess Club. Interesting. Amon is currently 1.5 out of 2.
Pretty solid start though.
Knight E2. Interesting. I would still be
Like,
wanting to play d4 here, or like knight c3.
So yeah, there's gonna be a lot
They
of pressure
did
down
d5.
on that d5 pawn. Like I can see I can already see like knight to f4 coming.
Yeah, I think that's why you push it so that you do give them this good bishop, but you just really have the center. You're giving up the e5 square though, or e4 square. Knight e2 is theory. I did expect it, kind of. You want to keep the bishop open, but also develop your knight.
Exactly, and also just push that pawn in some lines.
Yep, knight c6, castle, and then either d5 or castle. So, what would you play in this position, as both sides? Like, what would be your main game plan?
As white, I would just be trying to target that pawn, like knight to f4, just castle. As
Knight
black,
f4.
probably just develop normally, just knight c6, bishop to 6, and just castle.
I can see that all happening, honestly. It's very, very solid position on both sides. Thank you, Polar Bear, for the
Whoa.
10.
Polar Bear with the 10. Appreciate it, bud.
Someone is very generous. Polar Bear is very nice. And I am expecting another 30-minute think. I'm so used to Amon's games at this point. I know he's gonna go back into the think tank for another at least 20 minutes. Honestly. Yeah, I wonder if, we saw knight e2 was a very, very sharp move. Position's very complex. Obviously a lot to think about here. There are actually a couple. The thing is, there are 3 okay looking moves. So Amon I think he doesn't know which one to play. You know what I mean? Like he knows like I could play d4, could do this, this, and this.
But yeah, if white castle's here, I'm looking at that h5 here. Like it's looking very very erotic, very tempting. h5, h4, just send that pawn up the board.
Yeah.
Yes,
Target
it allows
G3.
bishop g5, but
well, you're gonna take back with the bishop, and you are gonna play d4 at some point probably. Just kick this knight out. And then maybe even just castles here. Castles. And then like knight c6 or knight d6. You have a very fine position as black. Knight f4, probably. I don't know, I'd almost want to play here. Or here, one of the two. Maybe it's moving my bishop too many times though. Yeah, I know, right, Polar Bear? That is probably what Amon's doing, is remembering the things that he's studied and what he has. Honestly, he might bust out a novelty without meaning to. It's very funny that Kusha's right behind there. Friend of the channel. Great. He's very nice too. Have you met Kusha over the board? I think you have, right?
I have. When I played my first OTB tournament, I think he actually I don't recall what he scored, but he wasn't. I think he did pretty well though.
That's good to hear. Chat's very funny. I disagree. He's probably not thinking or remembering. So what is he doing? He's just like mindlessly staring there, looking at the position. 5.5
Sometimes
out of 5.
that happens.
Okay. 2.5 out of 5.
I found myself over the board just taking like 10-minute things. At some points, just spaced out.
No, that's another thing that I think since I played OTB as a kid, I didn't have to worry about when I get to the board. I don't even stand up. I'm at the board and I'm just calculating. It's definitely a lot of like things you have to keep track of. But I remember I was playing one game where I was like, okay, I can make a queen and then take back my piece because I already sacked a piece, so I was just gonna be winning it back. I was like, this is fun. We'll do that. Thank you, hey B. How you doing, buddy?
Hey B. Thank you, AB, for the 21 gifted subs, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Is that 1 sub per minute that Amon was thinking for? I'm pretty sure Amon just took like a 20-minute thing on the last move.
Yep. 26 close enough. Go AB. And how you doing, Dylan?
Hello, Dylan. Shout out to Dylan, by the way, for my sick hair routine. 100%. That's all on him, man.
So you've I have. I did it I've done it online though. I haven't done it OTB. I might have once I have once versus a player. I was so annoyed. I honestly I was about to resign. He was like, dude, your position's fine. I was like, I know. But like I was like completely winning and then I just fucked up. Like, I was so annoyed. I went on to win that game, but it was like I was winning in 20 moves and then I had to win in 40. It's this is at my club just having fun. But it's very so have you ever calculated something that messed up the move order?
I've had my fair share of those moments. So it's awkward. Like you spend all that time and then
it's like I thought I played this move already in my head. But yeah, it's definitely fun to mess that up. Yeah, thong me. But it's not that awful. I mean, there's a couple moves here. It's interesting that Amon isn't just being like, okay, I'm gonna solidly just castle right away, not get too behind on the clock.
But sometimes you don't want to play the most obvious moves, you know? You want to just invest some time, even if you know the move Bishop E7 is the one you're gonna make.
Yeah, you want to triple check it, especially if you haven't played in a while. You don't know if this is like most common theories.
Not even just triple check the move itself, but just beyond that, the structure, how the game's gonna progress and whatnot.
Yeah. And like the game plans.
I've done that mistake where I just brain dead, castle, develop my pieces, and next thing you know, position is just simply just dry.
Oh yeah, there was definitely playing the when White plays the C3 Sicilian, there's been so many times I just mindlessly castle, and then there's just Bishop takes H2 and I H7, and I'm just like, oh, I'm lost.
Exactly.
Carly's leaving. She just wanted to say bye.
Hi, Salty.
Is it hi?
Hello, Carly. What's up? Bye. Quick hi and bye.
Yep. I do believe Amon will win. I don't. Next one. The last one, I mean. Go Neil.
That's the thing about playing low-rated players, though. Since the pandemic, people have been really bulking, you know? A lot of online chess, a lot of studying. So their rating, most of the time, isn't like super accurate. They can be very underrated. Like Pranav, for example. He was just stomping people at like a 2300 video rating. He was just stomping like GMs online. It's because the kid hasn't played the OTB for like 2 years.
And then when he does, he goes like 7 out of 7 and just like.
Exactly. He killed it in his recent normal tournament, scoring like what 8 out of 9 or something. Insane.
Literally
like that.
cracked, yeah. Go Neil. How you doing, buddy? Got a lot of big alphas in chat right now. Yeah, buddy is Pranav and Pranav is buddy. We gotta move. We got D5 or D4.
Oh, did we?
Yeah. It's very exciting when Amon makes a move because it's like 10 minutes of waiting. Amon is a true edger. He's edging us in the chat. I'll refresh. Yep. D4.
Okay, D4 makes sense because that pawn was gonna come under pressure eventually. Knight F4, Bishop G5, etc. Just undermine that knight and just pick up that pawn. But now we've given up the E4 square.
Yeah, I do expect knight E4. And then maybe knight takes, bishop takes, and some sort of castles. But there is definitely some lasting pressure. You know, you go knight here, and then you kind of swing this out. I wouldn't castle here as white. I know you wouldn't either, to be honest. In this position, I would just try to go checkmate.
As a white?
Yes, playing against black. I wouldn't castle here.
I can see that happening for sure.
Although that's if Amon takes on e5. Maybe he'll just castle and have knight takes and knight takes and castle. Something like this can also happen. This is a bit more safe, not having a bishop lined up on your h7 pawn.
Thank you, JC Digital Girl, for the 5 gifted subs.
That is JC Digital Girl. I definitely just butchered her name, but oh well.
Is there any way to turn up your lights by any chance, or are they at the maximum?
Yeah, I can turn on the other one. When I first got in here, I had been awake for like 20 minutes, so I definitely didn't want to have all lights on, shining in my face.
There we go.
Turn them up too. Yay, now I'm all bright. I'll get used to it. I'm 110 pounds without being soaking wet. We weighed myself recently. That was fun.
I was actually 110 on there when I went to the chessbrah house. I've gained 20 pounds since.
I will
now.
eventually, yeah.
I'm now 130.
Let's go, buddy. Yeah, do you have any plants you can show like Tom? Tom came from a full greenhouse. That was very impressive. Is that a dude in a chess shirt? I love it. On the camera. Oh, we just walked past. I love his I love that guy's shirt. I want it. We got another move. Amon did take, so bishop takes.
Okay, now how are we gonna develop that light square bishop? Because if we go knight to c6, they may or may not take, but the double pawns don't look too appetizing there. Whoa, just sacking the rook there. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize right away. So probably knight c3 first, and then bishop here. Well, also,
I mean, it's a move, honestly, sacking the exchange, but
yeah,
for that monster bishop.
Take with the queen, then you have the diagonal. That's not the worst thing ever. It's a little risky for classical, so I don't know if he's gonna go into it, but it would be fun. But so yeah, so knight c3 first, and then probably something like bishop g5. Although if you go knight f4 to take away that square, I don't exactly know where you're gonna go. Maybe just something like short. And then you just be like, okay, my bishops are not active, but neither really are yours. The light squared bishop is definitely better for black though here. I mean white, but this bishop isn't. And if you go here, you're just biting at granite. Yeah, I'm sorry. Amon, what am I thinking? Amon's just gonna play g5 in this position. He's not gonna castle.
Things are getting feisty if we get this type of position.
Definitely. We also have takes on the board, so we will see what Amon does next.
So they're obviously gonna take with the bishop. Taking with the pawn makes no sense. Closing the scope of that bishop.
Yeah, definitely be taking with the bishop. Amon has 2 games today, one starting an hour ago, so we've been an hour into it. And then another one starting at 5, which I will be back, joined with Mannered Monkey and any guests who want to join. Because we welcome some friendly faces. And then tomorrow I'm commentating with Eddie. That's gonna be so fun.
Isn't tomorrow Seth?
And Eddie, there's 2 games. Oh, actually, no, there's only 1 game.
Oh, yes, you're right.
I don't actually, I mean, I don't know who my schedule. I just showed up. Showed up and do what they tell me. It's a good way to work. Yeah, one of the two. Knight here, castles, very solid. Hey, thank you for the raid, Ellen. How was your stream? We are currently chilling, watching him on Think and play OTB chess. It's fun. Yeah. He's playing black versus Leo Lin. Welcome everyone who's joining us. And we're expecting bishop takes and either knight c3 or castles. That's the next move from Amon. One of the two. Or maybe even knight d7. Protecting this pawn and trying to get back to f3 to put some pressure on this.
So
I like knight d7 more. To try to get to f3.
yeah, knight d7 to f3 to f6.
f6, yeah.
Queen. It's not so easy to develop here though. You drop back.
We're definitely fine in this position, that's for sure. We're never worse. That's the good thing about this position. I don't think Amon can ever lose it. Unless he tries to win it, like, too much, you know what I mean? You prefer knight c6? Okay. The problem with, I don't quite get, I guess we're fighting for these two squares, but this bishop kind of is annoying me pretty much the entire time. I don't like,
I mean,
this
they're
pressure.
not really gonna take the knight there. Since that's their strong bishop. So maybe that's just fine. Knight c6, centralize, controlling e5.
Maybe, well, the thing with knight f3 is it also allows us to develop our bishop to g5, which I kind of like. And the problem with knight f5 is it takes away h3. So maybe we just want to take here and then go bishop h3. Did not allow it. I don't think Amon packs snacks. That's something I'm gonna ask him after. Do you think? Because he said he was a bit fatigued yesterday. I know about halfway through my first over the board tournament, I was like, I just need something. I had co-pilot just like take me to get food. I was just like, I'm starving. I need food. Like I can't think. I have no energy. I wonder if him bringing snacks might help. You know, I'm gonna take off my.
What's your choice of snacks?
So chocolate over the board is very good because it's very sugary. It has like that caffeine aspect that it will wake you up and just like help you. So probably just like a Lay's potato chips for the little salty chocolatey mix. That's what I'm
That's a solid
curious.
choice. Thank you, Ken Tonka for the resub. 19 months. Big ups, buddy. Close to that 2-year mark.
Oh yeah. Well, feel free to get snacks, chat, because we are gonna be here for a while. There are a million snacks behind me. Yeah, I'll have some chocolate.
Yeah, don't feel shy, man.
There is a full.
I know the chessbrahs keep their stuff, everything in stock.
Oh yeah. This is my first time
Everything
having
is full.
arrow chocolate. We are on move 8. I can refresh the board and show you the game, buddy. I'm on his
Hello, Valentinian.
start. And that's the current position. Self-control wild hacks. I'm also gonna ask him on. It seems this game he hasn't really gotten up at all. Is he sitting there calculating, just double checking everything? Wanna make sure. Thank you, GT Wild.
But I'm also
You think
a
so,
streamer
Evan?
though. He's used to sitting down for like tens of hours straight.
Yeah, especially when he's doing a hyperbolic grind. He's used to being in positions where he's uncomfortable in his playing. We were on the
Thank
Twitch
you,
homepage yesterday.
GT
Roughly.
Wild for the prime sub. 33 months.
Everyone's a Tom fan, indeed. I mean, when you bring out legends like Tom, you know, it only makes sense.
Speaking of snacks, how about Factor, man?
Indeed. If we have any Americans in chat who want free, not free, but easy microwavable meals, practically free for
And
how good,
nutritious.
nutritious, chef made, and it's practically free for how good the discount is. Exclamation point Factor, go check out the menu. And honestly, I'm gonna get it when I go back to the States. Because I eat a lot of like Chef Boyardee, other stuff.
A lot of quick, easy meals that all
Yep.
take 2 to 5 minutes.
Yeah. And if I don't like it, I'll cancel it after a week, and I'll take my free tier 3 from the gift, you know, the promotion.
So you get an high quality meal, very nutritious, quick to make, and a tier 3 sub gifted
What's
to you.
what's not to love? I still have my tier 3 from HelloFresh that I can cash in at any moment. Maybe when the financials take more of a hit, I'll do that. I think so too, Moment. I think the rust will start to break down. Ooh, I actually wanna see what Kusha's game is, because it seems like that's over. I have no way to do it over here. Let's see how Kusha did. Hope it doesn't kick me off this. Just because I'm, you know, a little curious. Oh, that game is still going. They're just both up from the board. Interesting. It shows the different ways a lot of people play. Like, both Kusha and his opponent aren't sitting at the board right now. It's someone's turn. Just letting the clock go. Yes, it is White's turn in this position. We are expecting bishop takes when he comes back. And then I think Amon will play his next move quickly, because it's a recapture, so he's expecting it. Yeah, I'm JK naked. I'll take care of that. Don't worry, buddy. Give me a second, and also say something in a minute. I'll take care of that. So you think knight c6 or castles first? Also say something in a minute. Oh man, I'm gonna use the sound on.
Honestly, both moves are pretty viable. I'm a big fan of knight d7 because you regain the tempi by going knight f6, threatening to win the bishop pair, which is extremely powerful in that position. Barreling down on our queen side, just castle.
Yeah, exactly. I do like this
simple
plan. It's a very simple plan, but it's also a very strong plan. Hello, buddy JKI. We'll get you clothes. Let me just. Nice. I'll take a minute. But his buddy is back, so I do expect that we'll get bishop takes quite quickly. Bishop takes, and then knight c6, or one of the knight moves. I'm quite a fan of knight d7 as well, but it's, I don't know, Amon played an interesting knight move, you know, in last game, and I think he might have not regretted it, but wish he just went to the main line. Although he said he played knight ge2 as the main line against the Banco for a while now, so maybe he likes this idea, going here and here. That is true, good peppers. That's the most scary. Okay, so we did get bishop takes, and now I think Amon will blitz out his next move. I don't know which one it's going to be, though. No, but I mean, not to say bad about Amon, but you know what he's gonna play. How do you not have your next move at least prepared? Because I mean, he was thinking. White thought for 13 minutes. This is just the most obvious move. It's of course the one he's gonna play. Okay, knight d7. Okay, so he's playing a bit quicker. So I do like that. I love the knight d7 plan.
Yeah, knight f6, just weaken the tempi, keeping it solid.
Yeah, I really like this knight f6 plan. And I'm happy that, as I said, he needed to have made this move within 30 seconds. Because if he went to another think tank, it's like, okay, are you just... What's going on? Go, buddy, JKA. I'm gonna take just like a quick break. I'll be right back.
Sure. This is a pretty solid position though. Rook b8. Like if white just castles here, yeah, just send the h up the board. I don't know, like rook b8, b5. There's a lot of queenside play here. It's a very flexible position. You can play on the queen side, the king side. Oh, we got castles here. Okay. Probably we're gonna see knight f6 here. But I'm really looking at h5. h4 is looking very tempting here. Seriously. Like not even castling here, just king fa. If worst comes to worst, if we go like rook to e1, barreling down on the center. G7 is vulnerable. I mean, if you can peel open the H file here, G7 being lost would be a great thing. Open G file, open H file. You guys saying H5 is not serious, but I also think it is a serious move here.
Hello, buddy. I'm back.
Hello, buddy. Glory.
So I saw we had castles. I really think Mon's gonna go for this knight f6 plan. I do agree.
And keep
If
it
this
solid?
Yeah, if this was blitz, I would be looking at this too. But we're castles. Okay, gonna keep it solid. Gonna castle. And then the knight f6 plan is always there. He's keeping that in his locker.
Okay.
Yeah, Mohammed. In blitz, we could play that. I wouldn't play it here. I don't actually know him on standings. I assume he's doing pretty well though, because he's 1.5 out of 2.
It's a pretty solid start to the tournament.
It really is. We got Buddy Streets tipping 20 saying, I can't sub. Wife will kill me if she sees Twitch on the bake statement. But he's still supporting. So thank you, Buddy Streets. That's very funny though. Gotta make a happy wife, happy life.
H5 though, it's been a very topical line though in a lot of top level chess. Like I'm being very serious. Like Magnus been
Honestly,
playing it
yeah.
a lot, emulating Alpha Zero.
It's definitely high T, and it's definitely Magnus is a high T player too. He will go for the attack in a position like this versus Amon's mindset might be like, okay, let's win a tempo on the bishop, improve my pieces, and then try to trade off this good bishop, because I don't know, it's only been 10 moves, you know? I don't think Amon's going for a checkmate threat right away, and I don't think his opponent's gonna really mess up. Thank you, Spenny, for gifting the Buddy's treats. You can't sub, but we'll gift him. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to sit in those chairs for 5 hours at a time. Well, they are high school chairs. We played in high school. We get a pretty good angle of the board. Amon is definitely very solid. I will say though, it's very interesting. Nobody has any pieces like in the other person's half other than Amon with one pawn. You know what I mean? Like, it's been a very sort of, you know, making their pieces better, maneuvering, that type of game so far. Oh yeah, Moj setting up the camera has been excellent. I think that's a bit of theory. I don't exactly know it, but that was a pretty common move in the opening book.
I think the knight was very reasonable though, because that was a menacing piece in the position. Up all in your business.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
you can't really kick it out without playing f5, which looks a little too.
I don't think they'll be playing for a draw. Exactly. There's no tension in this position. I don't think they'll play to it. I think Amon will try to win it for at least 20 moves and then try to outplay his opponent. Because, you know, it's like if he's playing someone his own rating, like, okay, I know they're not going to make a mistake. If you're playing someone a little younger, it's like, okay, I'll put some pressure on, and then game 50 moves down the line, maybe they mess up. That's like the best chance. Amon won and drew yesterday, indeed. So for those who are looking at bishop d6, would be to take this. Because just even when they take back with this bishop isn't looking at many things as annoying as this knight would be, because we want to get bishop h3 in to punish him for Fiend Kettling, then not having his bishop on g2, or something like that. They do play 2 games a day, starting at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m.
But yeah, these positions are like just super solid for both colors. Like you said, no one's advanced on the other opponent's half of the board. No real weaknesses to speak of. There's still a lot of play to be had.
Yeah. I mean, they both just
falters.
castled. Yeah, they both just castled.
Because we want someone
Out of water again.
this time.
Ah, a lot of getting up. I'll be back in like 2 seconds though.
Sure.
But not me. Personally speaking, I can't wait to watch life tear you apart.
Hello, Kemsky.
Okay, that wasn't too bad. Thank you, JC Digital Girl, kind of sniping on me. Hello, Robin. It is a fake rating. This isn't where his FIDE is 1900, but his Canadian is 2189. I'm not anxious, I just wanted water. I was eating some chocolate. No, got thirst. Very simple. But this is very scary. A 13-year-old during these times, you never know like what their real rating is, because they could be like this
A
Leo
lot
guy.
stronger.
Yeah, he could have a 2600, 2700 rated Blitz account on chess.com for all we know. And it's very probable, honestly. Thank you for the raid, Lily. For everyone who just joined us, we are watching Amon playing in a No TV event. He is currently 1.5 out of 2. We think his current plan is to go some sort of knight f6. We just got rookie
A
e1.
move, rookie 1.
You could also copy. You know, you do have a copycat speedrun. Yep, I had kind of expected a Sicilian if we saw e5, because I know that Amon plays the Tamanov. And when I saw a closed in g3, I thought, okay, Amon's gonna have a slow game that you can never lose. And it looks like that's what we're gonna have. No problem, if you just joined, I'll go through the game a bit slower. Also good to show the raiders the game. So we did get an e5's, e4 and a c5. Don't know what I was trying to say there. But this is, I think, the critical position. Because it's showing what line he wanted with the g3. Because it's not a very... I said you give up the center, so you're letting black know that he's gonna be fine for a bit. But I don't think Amon's ever gonna lose this.
Yeah, this is just too solid. Neither side committed too much.
Committed nothing at all. So I think either rookie 1, knight here, maybe to get a hit on the bishop. Knight e5 is also interesting. That's because it's another way to... I don't know, but if knight e5, why would you not just go here? I guess because you want to hit that square. Yep, this is the Canadian rating. And
Yeah,
I do believe Leo knows he's on camera. You were saying? Sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah, it's very hard to like attack in these positions, try to squeeze something up, because usually as the higher rated player, you just want to just crush your opponents in like under 20 moves and just get the heck out of there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But it's very hard to commit though. So we're gonna be in for a good old grind. It's gonna be a while here. But yeah, I'm expecting knight f6 here, just gain a tempo on that monster looking bishop. They move.
And maybe some sort of bishop g4. Start to pin. I guess then there's h3. But this is pretty weakening if you really want to do that. I mean, I guess you always can, but this I feel like would give him on... I guess I am hanging a pawn. But this would give him some chances to win. Dark square is a little weaker. You would have to watch out for this.
I think that's just a clean pawn that you just gave away though, but
It's the B pawn. Yeah, I would agree you probably would protect the pawn first with something like rook b1.
yeah,
And then maybe go
b1.
into that line. Just a pawn. Now you're what happened to you, Salty?
Influencing.
No, what happened to you? Now you're caring about pawns?
I mean, classical is a whole different beast though. You
It is a
can't
whole
just
different beast.
YOLO it, unfortunately.
That is true, so you can't really do that, you just have to go back.
So yeah, rook b8 will just walk into bishop f4, so maybe...
We're thinking that he might go knight f6 to hit the bishop. Some sort of this, and then maybe like rook e1 just to counteract the rook on that file. Also his bishop d6 ideas. maybe and trade off the bishop.
So Amon still has a few pieces here to develop. So we got the queen, we got the bishop. How are we gonna get the pieces involved? Rook b8 walks into bishop f4.
I kind of want some sort of bishop c6 and queen d7 to go bishop
Okay.
h3. Just to put some pressure on this bishop. I know, and the good thing about one, we'd have to somehow protect this pawn. Actually, it's quite annoying protecting this pawn, isn't it?
It is, because if you go bishop e6, you get hit with knight to f4, and they're threatening to win the bishop pair and damage your pawn structure.
And you can't go queen e7 first because then you're trapping your bishop. But queen c3 is often played in these type of Sicilians. It's such a useful move to have. Like your queen's just on such a better square on c7. I do me on c7. Because you're.
I feel like in this
helping the
position
pawn.
though, it would get hit with the tempi of bishop f4. Like, why give your opponent the free move of just developing with for free, right?
Yeah, I suppose the g3 Sicilians kind of work against that. You could go. You could go queen b6 here, just to support the pawns, put some pressure on this. After like a couple moves.
I like queen b6 here. Queen b6, just nagging the b pawn, keeping the bishop there honest.
Yeah, keeping some pressure, and then you also it allows you to move your bishop because your pawn's not protected. I like queen b6 here.
Oh no, but that actually blunders a pawn. Knight takes d4. So maybe we gotta prep it.
Yes.
Some more development is required here.
So rook e8 first, probably, because I was talking about queen e6 in this position, but I'd already played rook e8. So it's really white's turn. But let's say white goes here, and then queen e6 I quite like. Yeah, Factor has vegan options. I think they also have like weight factions if you want not factions, sections if you're a gym pro and you're focusing on getting big. Factor's got it all. Even if you don't think you want to try it, just check it out. You never know. Food looks really good once you start to look at it. Is Robin joining us again tonight? That'll be very fun. I don't think you ever want this, but I guess then you just trade and you have the bishop
We
there.
can just develop here. I think we'd be happy though if they took our knight.
Yes, we'd be very happy. I don't see what this bishop is doing otherwise, if I'm honest. I guess you can there's like, because Amon doesn't even need to play h6 because this pin isn't anything, you know what I mean? Like it's just like, okay, it's a bishop for bishop trade.
Has Amon in
wins.
yet?
I can refresh. I don't think so though. So I'm also just thinking rook e8 here, and then queen b3, just because you don't want to have to deal with. Well, let's see. But here, and then here. This is another possible move order, I think. What would you play here as white? Maybe bishop g5.
Yeah, G5 looks natural enough.
Probably just get some looming pressure. I almost just don't really care about it though, huh? This seems fun. This is definitely funner to play. Because the thing is, if you take this pawn, there's always gonna be rook b1, and then
Yes,
bishop
and
takes
then-
here, and then takes, and then rook takes, and then you have some pressure here to deal with. We're not using the engine right now. This is more or less just us. We're doing better this time without using it. I wish you would fuck me, Nighter Monkey. That came off a little less of a joke than I
Well-
wish it did, but you can fuck me over the board, that's for sure. Yep, there is also going here. Bishop f6 is interesting. What's the idea of bishop f6? I don't quite get it, if I'm honest. I think I would much rather, if let's just kill a tempo. I think bishop f8. This is I think a move Amon would play here. Just because I mean bishop f6, I don't quite see what this bishop is doing. Here you'll never have to. It might be it's a little passive, but I mean you're never gonna have to deal with any checkmates really. And you can also go g6 and bishop b7. Countering c3. Okay.
I'm just worried about the b7 pawn here because it seems to me that that pawn is hard to defend. Rook b8 walks into bishop f4 like we
So
said.
fc3, take, and then pawn check is bad, so take for the knight.
The more I look at this position, the more I understand why Amon is taking his time here because that b2 pawn is looking extremely difficult to defend.
It is, which is why I really like the queen b3 move when we prepare it. I feel like it's easier.
But yeah, Amon really needs to get in quick moves.
No,
though.
I know, like there's nothing wrong with just rook e1. Literally, he's doing a copycat speedrun right now. Just copy his opponent's moves. It's quite
40
funny.
minutes is a little concerning though. It's not a lot in the grand scheme of things. That's not really a lot of time.
He's down 30 minutes already, and it's move 10. It's really concerning, honestly. I know Amon's a wizard in time pressure, but I blunder knight d5. Oh well. Knight f6 was played? Perfect. So we have the knight f6. I did think we were gonna get this. Knight f6, probably bishop g2. Just the most logical move. Logical. And then either, I think, rook e1, or rook e8, I mean, or queen b6. I am paying attention! I'm literally there! There's a delay, guys. His opponent is back. Plus, it's not like I have to instantly go, oh, he played knight f6. Also, why isn't this...
It's Amon's turn still.
No,
Chat's
it's not.
trolling you.
No, they're not. His knight's an f6 on the Zoom. It just wasn't refreshing on
Oh,
my board.
Okay.
How you doing, Orbis?
Hello.
Gonna
Well,
move the bishop back.
We got an f6.
Not tilted. Just trolling. I'm expecting bishop g2. It's just like the most... Okay, I'll just go back.
But yeah, the most obvious move though in the position is knight f6, bishop. Yeah, knight f6 and h6. Prevent bishop g5.
Yeah. It's a very
And then afterwards, now what?
habits-like move. Well, so apparently breaking with c3 is the plan here, according to Rodman. And then there's also Amon can always play moves like rook a5.
That's actually pretty deep though. a5 is a very elite maneuver.
It is,
Lift
yeah.
a6, and it's just swing over towards the king side, or anywhere really.
Yeah. c3 is interesting. I don't think you ever mind just taking back. You do have an isolated pawn, but it's quite advanced, and this pawn is always backwards and isolated as well. We got a move, knight f6, and we got bishop g2.
Okay, all natural moves. Come on,
Yeah.
now we need to see h6 here.
What is this? Oh. Well, luckily I can just turn that off.
I'm not really a fan of bishop e6 though, because A, it hangs the pawn, and B, knight f4 really is annoying. Threatening to win a pawn on e6.
Sorry, just one sec. I'm updating Amon's score so that people can see it. 1.5 out of 2. Say again?
Just I was just saying, not a fan of bishop e6 because of knight f4, and also the pawn just hangs. Just
Yeah.
a little concerning though.
I do think we'll probably get a g5,
H6 move
h6 to, yeah, just prevent bishop g5. Because then this bishop doesn't have much
doesn't
scope.
have too many good squares.
Yeah, like it probably will come here, just like to makes life a little difficult. But then, you know, you can continue with the rook lift, so just be like, yeah, my rook's going this way, and I'm not going to that square. And then there's also the ideas of like rook e8. Maybe Amon likes queen b6. I know that he's played this type of idea before, so he might like it over the board as well. h6 is a very useful move. Limits the bishop. And then, yeah, you can kind of block it and hit this bishop, so you would be winning the bishop pair if this goes on. I guess you can always just move back if you really don't want to give it up. And the thing about this position, this isn't a blunder. It's like, I don't want to keep the bishop. Like, you can say that your knight's not doing much there. There are no sexy moves in this position, that's for sure. This is a very solid-y type of grind. You want bishop e6?
Bishop e6. I'm surprised, Eddie, you want this move. Are you not worried about hanging the pawn and also knight f4? Just winning a pawn and a tempi?
Turn the rooks to the middle. I don't know, this
Yeah.
is quite scary.
Rook and knight are barreling down on the e file here.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't know. I wouldn't hang the pawn for no reason because you can prepare the moves too. The pawn's very clearly in no rush at all. So if after bishop g2, you can prepare moves like trying to get a bishop here and like with rook e8, queen b6, and then also e6. Yeah, I don't think you would ever take the bishop. I do believe the Olympiad. I know it's in India. I don't exactly know where in India. I know it's on the coast though. Amon has made a move, and might be okay. So
h6.
no, it's bishop d6, which is interesting. I guess maybe on bishop g5 he just wants h6, and then maybe and you can't go back. That's the thing. So if bishop g5 h6, and you can't
get
go
a
here.
tempi
Yeah.
because yeah, bishop gets trapped, and if you take, well, we're super happy here with the bishop pair.
Yeah. And because no pawns are hanging because ours doesn't move still. We do think that white's gonna probably pin the bishop because I don't see because this bishop's almost because now you can't go to f5 because this is definitely clearly to be like, okay, you're not going to f5 now. I'll take it twice if I can, and I'll put some pressure on the square.
Bishop d6. Okay.
It's definitely interesting. I guess because on knight f4 he might want to take it.
No, definitely not. You don't want to give up the bishop pair. Already one bishop is
Yeah.
giving us a headache here on the long diagonal.
Probably no, you don't want to do that because you just take with the bishop. I want to try to figure out a way that you can take twice here. Like if he recaptures with the bishop, you retake because then the pawn structure is kind of destroyed. It's kind of hard though. Knight maneuver. I don't know. This is interesting because if you go here, you can't block with the queen. And so either bishop f3 or f3 here. This is an interesting line. If his opponent goes knight f4 here, which is pretty, you know, common, I would say. I would have played that move, yeah. bishop g4, and the queen has really light on squares. If it goes here, then you take the no. You add some pressure to this, I think. I don't know. It's definitely just not going to be blocking in your bishop. And then this knight, if you ever take it, pretty much with like one extra attacker on it,
Well,
the
now in
queen
this
can't
position,
take
he
it.
can play rook b8 and try to go for the queen side to play
Yeah, that's true as
b5
well.
or even b6.
Yep,
Maybe
slow roll it.
maybe what we should do here is try to trade off the last square bishop, get in rook b8, b6, and just bishop to b7. Yes, it wastes tempi, but
Mon's endgames are always in. He's always going to be a little better than his opponents, in theory. Hopefully. Exactly. Rooks to the middle. So you can sack, but I mean, you have 30 minutes to calculate all the issues. You probably won't be sacking. On if Amon like played g5, not g5, h6 when the bishop was here, then went back, and then he sacked on g5. It also doesn't really work in this position because your knight's not here, so you can't recapture. Well, now knight d5 is out of the question because it's not protected. I do think he's gonna go rook e8. I do, and bishop. I'm surprised he moved his bishop actually, because rook f8 and bishop f8 seemed pretty standard to me. You know what I mean? Like a pretty common rotation here. After bishop back, I'm surprised rook e8 bishop move, and then bishop back. Because then this you can really like just
he's
start the
not too
play.
worried about bishop to g5 because of h6. If they take you in the bishop pair, if they go back, they wasted a tempi.
Yeah.
I think maybe he just wants to limit the scope of that bishop
Yeah.
because it only has two squares, right? f4 and d2.
Yeah.
And if you go f4, you just snap it off.
This is a lot of pieces getting traded though. I guess then you kind of have some sort of. You can play g5 here. I love g5. You go for hit the knight with tempo, then I am trolling, but it's funny that you can do that. Just like give yourself some lift, because I'm always a fan of g5. Getting lift with tempo. You know what I mean? Because I don't. Because if I'm gonna play h6, I want there to be a bishop on g5. So now that there's a knight in f4, kind of similar to like the Caro idea, except reversed. Yeah, you definitely don't want to go bishop here or queen there. Let's see the current position because it looks like they made a move. Oh, perfect. Bishop f5.
There we go. Bishop f4.
Yeah, exactly. What we were just talking about f4. So you could obviously take, or you could leave the tension and try to go for b5.
I like that. Rook b8, b5.
Yep, really
Finally,
just.
we're starting to untangle here. The pressure is being alleviated.
C3 is really annoying though, because you're probably. You don't want to. What would you do here? I always suck at leaving the tension. I don't know what I would do.
I would go. I would also just take it if c3, because the pawn is just simply hanging. Actually, maybe you don't have to take. Maybe you can go b6 just for a moment. And if they take, we take back. If knight takes, we win the bishop.
Yeah.
And if the pawn takes, then he's got to damage structure.
Well, that's funny. They have knight c6 here.
Oh, but then knight, yeah, that's a slight issue.
Slight issue. Rook e8 is for betas? Yeah. Mom's not looking at rook e8, it's looking at rook b8. Is it a move on the engine? I don't have the engine on Wild Axe. Yeah,
Neither do I. I'm just thinking my thought process here and how I would
So does
develop my
Wild Hacks
pieces.
have the engine on? Is that what he's telling us? If Rook
I think
B8's the top
I
move, so
think
we're
that
great chess
is.
players and he's cheating. Thank you, Wild Hacks, for just telling us how good we're doing. But yeah, I do like your Rook B8 B5 plan.
Rook B5, yeah, Rook B8, B5, or even B6, just to set up the
Just like
alignment of the bishops.
yeah, let's just kill. That's not a very stupid move. Let's see. Do C3. Just start. I know that this is probably this tension we haven't really talked much about because I don't quite get it. But I do like trying to trade off the bishops because this is White's most powerful minor piece. Sure, buddy hacks. We got a move. Thank you, Omid. Omid's on top of his shit. We got Bishop G4, which I said earlier that I really liked.
Oh wow, Bishop G4 is
Did he not just
actually
touch
I
his
like
bishop?
that move because Bishop takes G2, Rook B8. We win the back the pawn immediately, and also the nagging pressure of not being able to recapture with the knight is pretty annoying.
I guess he's gonna claim it was an adjust, but he definitely just touched his bishop. The kid, I mean, not a Mon. And Mon's not gonna be too much of a hardo on that. But well, if he touches bishop, I do think he's probably thinking about bishop takes d6 and queen takes. And you're gonna win a pawn, but then rook b8
No,
comes with tempo. I know.
exactly, yeah.
And then you lose your own pawn. So this pawn will always be poisoned.
I'm trying to like Amon's position more and more now. At the start, it was very uncomfortable with that queenside development being
Yeah,
a
it was kind of
concern.
it was hard to move your pieces without hanging the pawn, really.
But now I feel like he's started to untangle. So
Yeah.
maybe that time was well spent.
Oh yeah. I do agree that getting this position where because he had no worries of losing, but this is a position that he can now win. It's like it's important because he definitely could have drawn 15 positions, but he couldn't have won them. I do think he has like the best chance to win here. Okay, so we do get queen d7, which I do think makes sense. We might even recapture with the queen if they take. I still like your rook b8 plan, playing for b5. Maybe getting something on the e file just to add some long-term pressure. And I would eventually like to go knight d5 to add another layer. Maybe knight h5 actually. Knight h5. I guess you can take, and then my knight looks kind of stupid. Mm, yeah, and you can't add another layer of attack here, can you?
I
Like
don't think
this as
there's
much.
a need to move that knight so early on.
Yep, I was
You
just
don't have.
trying to target the square. I do think we will see some pieces coming off though soon. Maybe with bishop takes. Well, it is a monster turn, but it's kind of hard to not trade these two bishops. You know what I mean?
Well, you definitely want them to take you
Yes.
to save a tempo. So probably just move a rook, either rook to b8 or rook e8 to grab the actually fully open open file.
Yep. Put some pressure on it. Fight for the center. And then this would always come with your rooks being teamed up, which is
Connected.
always nice because White has that as well.
And they've wasted like multiple tempi with that bishop, right? Two moves
This one has
from
moved a lot bit more than this one.
no the dark square bishop when it takes.
Oh, we gotta move. We did get rook e8.
Okay.
Very solid, just adding another layer here. Yep. Come on, Wild Axe. You've watched his Blitz games. He does it in Blitz, he'll do it here too. There is also increment, and it
But
was
honestly, yeah, there's an increment. He'll be fine.
yeah. This is the type of position that I do think Amon could grind down in 15 moves. Just like slowly just keep outplaying him and then just build that GM advantage, you know what I mean? Nope. I heard a move.
Hard to capture.
Yeah, but I don't see a capture. I don't know, maybe chess.com sent me a capture. I don't know. Yeah, we need betas like wild hacks so that alphas like left bridge are appreciated. Amon, this is Amon's feeder rating. Sorry. 2454. And then his Canadian is 2549, I think exactly. Hello, Moist. How you doing, buddy? Rook h2, huh? Well, yeah, that's a free piece. And the queen.
Free is a strong word,
Free
but
is a strong word, but
it's a funny way of forcing the matter here.
yeah, I don't know. This is interesting. Free is the wrong word. I do agree. Free was the wrong word. But I like damaging the pawn structures. I don't know. I kind of like this. If this gets played, I think Amon's very happy, and I think we're all very happy to see it. I don't think he's gonna play h3 though. His opponent is doing something. I guess calculating.
I mean, it's not so easy to play here.
It's
Like,
really not. Maybe he's
what do you
realizing his like.
what do you do as white here?
I mean, you can always trade and go knight f4. But I mean, this is still brutal. Like Amon's just gonna outplay you in this endgame. Yeah, it's very funny that Buddy Kusha is just right behind. I think Buddy's getting nervous, so it's very exciting. And
He's
I
playing the
assume
top tier, correct?
so. Amon's on board one the whole time, just because it's the best camera angle for them. But even if he's not board one, he's playing at like the board one spot, so it's the quote unquote top board. But Kusha's probably the real, however they set it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I think his opponent is realizing the kind of error in playing for this not very enterprising line, you know? Because Amon, if you're not forcing the issue against Amon and you're letting him have all of his game plans, probably his game plans are gonna be pretty good. Ooh, Leo's from Saskatchewan. He's apparently the top player since Z chess. Amon's getting up from the board. I do think he's happy with his position. I think his opponent doesn't really know what he's doing. And currently in the position, like I think he has some ideas, but I think overall this is really hard to play. Because like Queen B7 and then taking here is just kind of like, you know, like go for an endgame, because I'm pretty sure this is bad. Or maybe it's not, but it's always.
What if you just slide over though? Queen
Yeah.
b6, eyeball that pawn,
The same idea that I mentioned
and the knight
earlier.
is hanging.
That is true. That's very.
F3, queen takes b6. I mean, queen takes b2. I guess
Uh,
still queen takes b2. Yeah, it's just hanging.
does this work? Oh yeah.
Oh my god. No, no, no. I'm sorry. The
No, that works.
Never mind.
That works. And this, okay, I'm gonna have to get to the
Actually,
line.
yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, because the rook on a1 is hanging.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
the line
I
works. Yeah.
thought the queen was connected to the rook on the second rank, but there's a cheeky pawn on c2 there.
No, I can definitely see this something being played maybe. Amon is back and he's all hoodied up. He's in hoodie form. I think his opponent made a move, so we will react shortly. Queen takes the, okay, so we got the bishop trade. And
Okay,
then we got knight f4.
I'm not gonna be dishappy with this position.
Yep, I wouldn't be. He's got a couple plans here. Let's see. This knight's a little
Okay, now
tricky.
we probably have to address the issue of the pawn.
Could always go back for back rank, or I don't think so, because if you ever take just
Then there's rook takes on e8 then.
true,
Check.
true.
And you don't really want
And
to take
you
back with the
really don't.
knight.
You don't want to take back the knight. I agree. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it's pretty bad. Yeah. So I guess. Well, if he ever takes here, throw in this check first, and then go here. Yeah, 5-head move order right there. I think Amon's getting relaxed in the position. I think that's what the hoodie
Represents?
entails. Yeah. He's relaxed, he's comfortable. He drew with a man named Jason Manley. That's a sick name. I've said this once, I'll say it again. Leo Lin and Jason Manley are the two coolest names I've ever heard. Like, hi, I'm Leo Lin. Like, that's just like a Bond villain, is it not?
It could very well be, yeah.
And then, like, Jason Manley. It's just like a meme. It's amazing now. I think it's a cool name, and my name's Gory Hole, so I have a cool name, so I can say who has a cool name. That's how that works. So this is the current position. Amon has Darius is a good name. It's from like one TV show. There's funny names and there's good names. Darius is a funny name that I would like. I'm very happy that Amon has used pretty much like for the last 5 moves he's used 20 minutes, which for him is amazing. He's not too down on time. He's doing pretty well.
I think he did an amazing job because yeah, that opening phase definitely looked like there was a lot of pressure, a lot of ways to go wrong, and he navigated pretty well. And position now is looking real nice,
Agreed.
real clean.
Remember, by the way, that we're going to be interviewing him. So if you want to go through some key moments, just keep that in mind.
I'll keep that in mind.
It's very interviewing him's great because we get to know what lines he's talking about. Yep. And it's really funny. We get to know how many lines that we correctly analyze. Because he's calculating a lot. Which is one of the things that he said, since he's a little rusty, he's just calculating everything. Make sure that he's not going to blunder. There's no like forced lines that he's going to miss. Yeah, big noted, brah. How you doing, force a draw? Mario Bros, if that is true, that is just like the 3 greatest names in a row. If his next opponent is Buck Burley. It'd literally just be a TV show. Hi, I'm Buck Burley. It's like, okay, who are these guys? Who are you bringing in with these names? Well, he was almost 2,300 Canadian rating Cousin, which is very high. No, it's almost NM, if it's not NM already. Yeah, Buck Burley, definitely top 10 Canadian name. Will we get a move from Amon? He's leaning over the board. I think we'll get one soon. It's very funny commentating his games. Because it's like, oh, he's going to go into a 20-minute think now. Just randomly. That's a very good comment, Goblin. Buck Burley's Lethbridge stage name. What do you think about just h6 habits? Always never have to deal with back rank.
I'm just worried about the pawn on b2.
Yeah, we talked about this. There's you take first and then go. The move order is fine. All you have to do is you have to take on e1 first. Sorry, forgot the word. Because then you hit this, comes back, then you take here. And you know, you can always get hit, but then that's another pawn.
Oh yeah, if we win that pawn, then it's just too easy of a plan. A pawn just runs.
Push the boys. Are you winning, son? Amon's always winning. But it's an equal position. Amon's slightly, you could claim he's slightly better, which this bishop is kind of like, it's funny, this bishop is so strong, but let's just say I kill a time, it's like, okay, what are you gonna do after this? I'll take here, well, I'll take here first, we're just gonna go into this line, and it's like, okay, this bishop is so strong, but I have no pieces over there. I guess the one annoying thing is, you can't get the rook behind the pawn. I can also
Really
see
much.
Amon playing g5 here first, because if he's played h6, just to kick this good knight out, I don't even know where you go, because can't go forward really. Going here feels bad.
There's not really too many good squares here.
Yeah, I guess it's either there. Could go here, but this literally has no squares. Yeah, let's go here. And then probably take here first. Because now the rook has nothing. He did send g5 yesterday when no one believed in him. Believed in me, I mean, in g5. Yeah, well, actually, Amon played it yesterday, so we'll play it today. I don't think we're gonna get h5. I think h6 if the h pawn moves, because g5 is the move you want to play to hit f4. Exactly. He's prepping.
But yeah, Amon's in a think tank again here.
I was just about to say, yeah, we're due for a 20-minute think. Well, Wild Hex, we've kind of talked about this. Let's say I literally just I hang the pawn.
No, he's saying instead of h6, rook b
I know, but
b8.
I'm saying like worst case scenario, I hang the pawn. This is still good for me because my rook is getting active. You can never take this pawn; it's too poisoned. So the bishop is by like cause of that. The bishop just I mean you can do it, but it's just not good. He didn't win it, but he didn't lose it, which is quite impressive, honestly. Yeah, white can prepare it, but in this position, you can't really, For example, let's say, well, for h6, you can go b3, I guess, but then, like, apparently, I would just bring my, I don't care, the problem is I don't care about pawns, so I would just bring my rook here and then try to, like, attack. Doesn't really work, though. g5 here is interesting. The problem with b3 is just it gives Amon time to be like, okay, what plan do I want to do and then he can just control like the pace of the game from there on. Because g5, knight here is kind of forced, and then you can go back into my queen d7 plan to trade the bishops. And then you're trading the best piece, and this pawn will never hang.
I like it. It seems like a pretty solid plan here.
Yeah, I just don't think c4 is annoying. Interesting. I don't quite. c4 is kind of just a free pawn right now, so, and weakens d4. So I don't think he'll do that this game, but it's very possible. That's what you guys said last time too. Well, this is a different line. We've talked about queen b6. We definitely like queen b6 to put some pressure onto this pawn and protect this one. How you doing, Chills? First time chatter? Got a lot of those this event. Mon's bringing out all the new people in the woodwork.
I really like queen b6 though. Just eyeball that pawn, make them commit to something. Rook b8, b1, b3.
Yeah, I don't love b3 for white, but he might be forced to play it. I just feel like I guess there's no dark squared bishop, but it's just like you're putting all your pawns on light squares and you have a light square bishop. It's kind of pragmatic for the endgame. Hello, Mattis. Mattis, how you doing, buddy?
Hello, Mattis. Big bud. Big chief.
That was your first time, buddy. Will we welcome you in? And it's always fun to see new people. So it's Amon's turn, and he's been thinking for a good 10 minutes, so maybe he'll just go h6 habits. I think he's young. He's 13. So I think he's a little just antsy. He's on camera. Wants to make sure he doesn't mess up. You got a big fan emoji there. I think he'll probably rise. I think he wins this game in like 20 moves. I forgot I can't go closer. I think he wins this game in like 20 moves, honestly.
In 20 moves?
Oh, in like winning in 20 moves. Like the position, his plans. I don't think it's gonna be a quick conversion. Because it's just so solid. It's so hard to break in. Hello, Sam. Tommy wants to know talk about your hair and how Dylan helped you.
No, he put me on a hair routine.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
a really sick one too at that. Like there's a before and after Dylan in my life.
You'll have to send it to the Discord. I'm sure a lot of bras will want to know it. Get a hair as nice as yours, buddy. Oh yeah, Salty would have played h5 here long ago.
The thing about h5 here is I'm never a fan of it in these positions because I haven't castled, but I've seen so many like strong players in even AlphaGo, AlphaZero pull off these type of moves.
It's because they're not going knight g5. It's because their knight's gonna be staying here protecting the pawn, and they just want to take space. And if you don't play h5, let's say you play c3, h5 is getting a little. Well, I guess it hangs a pawn. It's getting a little sharp though. That's for damn sure. So back to the relative position. Amon is.
This is true, Moj. I've actually gained 20 pounds since Calgary. I was 110 when I left y'all, and now I'm 130.
A gain, buddy. You can
Goals hit 150, 180 max, but 150, 160 is the goal. And yes, we took before and after pictures. Before, and we'll take pictures after.
lots of beer. That's a good way to gain weight. How tall are you? That is a good question. You don't have to answer.
That's fine. Like 5'6", 5'7". I
Short
haven't really
kings.
checked it in a hot minute though.
I'm also 5'6", so it's okay.
Hey, go short kings.
Oh yeah. Exactly, fish on fish. You never have to ask a twink his height. You can just assume. 5'6" is the average height of women, so we're the perfect height to look them in the eyes. I'm serious, by the way.
Um,
Perfect height. Respectful bras. Ilya's almost here. He's gonna pass us soon. Well, is Ilya done growing? I hope so. Not in the US, force a draw.
oof, still in the think tank here. This is a little concerning though. I'm not gonna
I'm
lie.
telling you, he just goes into these. Not done yet? Damn it, he's gonna pass us soon.
I mean, if it's a guy that I trust to be able to still hold the game in a time scramble, it's definitely Amon. But still, this
Yeah,
is a
true.
concerning amount of time being spent here.
I'm gonna ask him about the hoodie. He left the board, he came back with a hoodie on, and then he just took it off. Ask if it was a tactical decision to. I don't know. That's funny though. It's a long game. I love how his opponent's like, okay, I'm gonna go stand up. I have 40 minutes. You haven't taken a break in 2.5 hours, buddy. Are you good? Want some water? Anything?
What was that?
You haven't taken a break in 2.5 hours. You want some water or anything?
Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I might go and I might go and refill my coffee though. But yeah,
Okay.
we do have that stamina though.
Yeah, the 24-hour streams. A Factor. I just said Bangla and Factor at the same time. I will be more awake for the 5 a.m. stream. But Bunglet, exclamation point Factor. It's a brand new chef's cooking. They send it right to your door. $120 off from the boys. And it will definitely be good. Better than all the microwave stuff that most college students and college age people eat. Big noted. And if you do sign up for Factor, you get a free game with either Eric and a gifted tier 3 to the channel. So you get all the exclusive content in the first class part of the Discord. Good
And
morning,
you're
Adam.
immune from marble bans. Don't
That
forget
is
that,
true.
man. That's a pretty high tier reward in itself.
Yep. Yep, only Factor for me.
Oh, you kind of afford that hacks. I don't mind taking it off, but that would be a really a premium.
Been wearing headphones for so many days that my ears are starting to hurt from my glasses. I'll just go blind. Better. Yep, Amon has 1.5 out of 2 elo. No, that's his score, not his elo. I guess I forgot score. Well, I mean, most people would understand that. Did he play H6? Nope.
Nope, he's still in the think tank here.
I was really hoping. Really hoping. And we got G5. For
So
everyone who said G5 is too weakening, suck it. I find it really funny when we get G5, by the way.
Oh my god, we got G5. Let's go. The move we needed to see. Oh shit.
Yo, G5.
G5 is... Yeah, Amon isn't here to fuck around.
He's not here to fuck around.
My man's in here full send. He wants blood.
He's here to checkmate, that's for
Moj
sure.
did call it though.
Moj did call it.
G5 from our.
Well, I was talking
From
about
our
G5
boy.
earlier, but I was mostly trolling. Who needs to castle? Exactly. Well, he's already castled.
No, G5 is actually a giga chat move.
It is. Knight H3 to hit G5. I mean, you can always just go H6 though. And then the move order doesn't really matter there. And then this knight is like, I guess you have to play F4 to give it a square, really. Or else it's just never coming back into the game. You can even just... I mean, this is awful though. You don't even
I mean,
have to trade it away.
both players have isolated pawns on the F and H files. But I do like the knight though. Nice hopping around to E3, which is looking real juicy. No,
Wait.
they would take the rook in
Yep.
that line. Yes, and then bishop and then rook there.
You have check there, the blunders. So, and then here to protect. What was this? Interesting. So this is a possible line that I'm sure Mon is calculating. After if knight h3, because f4 is like f3 or f4 is like the only move you have there to for your knight. So one of the good things about Amon being low on time is he'll be making his moves quickly from now on. Yeah, knight d5
G5
is definitely...
is also the point of no return. Like your king is just not going to be safe. It's just full send from this point onwards.
Yeah, he has to play h6 to protect g5. I can see this happening.
I can't get over the move G5. That just puts a smile on my face, man. It's just
No, I know. I did look at it. You just play h6. Because if you take, there's queen here, and then this is very bad. So you don't allow it. We gotta move. Yep, we got h6. And we got knight d5. So knight d5, h6 is on the board. White definitely has a good position, but it's also... I don't know, it's not like Amon's gonna lose this. Yep, he gains time for every move. He played it within 7 seconds. So if takes, he'll just probably take back with the queen. Because it's with check, so no time to throw in this move.
Yeah, we're never too worried about the B pawn ever falling because the rook B8, we always win it back.
If takes,
Even if they throw in the check.
You could go just all the way back and then take. Or you could go here to protect this pawn as well. It's another option. And
Oof. Yeah, that would be a little concerning. Bishop D5 is clutch though.
that's
It's a
funny.
very that actually is
This is just mate.
just wild though. Yeah, just bishop H3.
Yeah. I would blunder that. I would have gone to trap the rook and then gone to win it. And just blunder to mate. Pretty much. Yeah, literally.
Literally forced mate, yeah.
Or black. Yep, still a rook here. Okay, what line was that? Takes. here, here, here. So why doesn't this work? Are you guys really saying queen e2? Sorry, I didn't
Wait.
think queen e2 was seriously considered. Chat's saying queen e2 there. They're trolling. We did get queen takes, so it's a possible line we can go into if he takes on b7.
Hello, Dr. Usadek.
Takes in here. So this could be a way Amon wins.
No, seriously, this is actually a very tricky line.
Yeah, this could.
I
He
hope
might blunder it.
we see it. Because Bishop B3 is a very
I would
very
play it easily.
common brain dead move.
Well, it's not even brain dead. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go win your rook in a move. But then it's just like, oh shit, my dark squares are just, my light squares are just too weak. Can't go here, can't go here. C4, just queen h3, what's he gonna do? I'm confused. Bishop d5. Ah, yes, of course. That's how it's not forced, mate. Bishop d5.
But then you win a piece though.
Yeah, I know, I'm trolling. The game's over at that point.
Exactly. Oh, we have a move here.
Yep, we had bishop takes, and now we're expecting rook takes rook, so you can go rook b1 without having to deal with this.
Oh my goodness. We might actually get this line here.
I know,
Bishop
I'm
B5
really hoping we get this line. Because it's... I blundered into it. Because it looks so... Just like, what are you doing? You just trapped your rook.
enticing, yeah. Just trap the rook.
But then after queen f3, it's just like, fuck.
It's a nasty combo.
Yes, there is queen c1. But like...
What about queen e1 though?
You're not winning the rook
Recapturing
here. So yeah. Yeah, that's true. Dr. O is saying that if Amon played quickly, he might be able to bait the lion. But if White like takes his time here, he's gonna... I mean, I didn't see queen f3, but I'm also not playing a classical game. Bishop e6, Alfishy? No. No. Square is very protected. We gotta move. And we got rook takes. So we're gonna get rook takes, and then here.
Okay.
Yep, all on the board. Beat it. Will he play bishop d5? It'll be very interesting if we get this line. It isn't forced, but it could happen.
F4?
What Amadon wants. And then rook f1. F3 here is very strong. Because you're going to be keeping this pawn. And this bishop has one square. I guess you could go h3 here to kind of counteract. And you can't really take. And then just like bishop e6. If here, I think you have a check. No, it's simply it's just you go for the queen trade. Interesting.
Okay, rook b8.
Yep. So if bishop d5,
I hope
this
we
would
see
be
bishop
very...
d5.
Yes, we very much want to see this. We got a very funny copy pasta in chat. Exclamation or exclam TC Jdard. You gonna join in? Join in the pasta. Well, Wild Hacks, I'm right here, so I can also just do it. But there's also, yeah, Left Bridge. Lots of mods in chat. Don't need you. Yeah, we are hoping a little bit that he blunders into it, but it's an easy line to blunder into. He was never sorted here. Or maybe he was and I just didn't know it. Is this the live position, is it not? Oh, I guess. Sorry. Mon's already played
Rook
here.
B8 was played, right?
Yep. Well, this is probably one of the lines that could happen. Yeah, I guess so. You don't instantly be like... Well, if Amon blitzes it out, maybe there's some sort of mental game that's been going on this entire time that he could get Bishop B3 blitzed. Although he has 40 minutes and he's sitting and thinking, so I don't think he's gonna blitz it out. I think he is calculating. I might
So
be
what do you
better
think
at
has a
it.
higher success rate? Playing Rook B too quickly, or taking your time to play it after Bishop D5?
I think blitzing out. I think looking uncomfortable and then blitzing out Rook takes B2, kind of to really bait him, being like, and then being like, just like being like mess like fuck it, and then blitzing it out. Maybe it's like fuck it, I'll just maybe he's thinking, oh, he'll just take my bishop and then play this position. That's like maybe the mental games you can try that, but then after Queen F3, yeah boy. Well, like if I was playing you in Trash Talk Tuesday, I would have taken B2 and said, oh no, my rook. You know what I mean? Like I would have tried to bait Bishop B3. Well, Queen C1 just kicks the rook, and then you just go back. It's not very... I guess then you're hitting 2 pawns, so it depends where you go back with the rook, but... I don't think he's gonna play Queen C1 here. I don't think it's gonna happen. So I'm not... I mean, maybe. But then just like Rook B4, protecting... That's Rook B5, but same thing. You're protecting this pawn, and then when he goes here, you can even just probably go Queen D6. Or here. Here or here. If you go here, you hit the bishop, so that's why. And then he's not even playing D5. Maybe. Maybe. If we go into that line, I'll do a little bit of analyzing, but I don't think we're going to go into it. I do think after Rook B8, we're going to get either bishop here or bishop here. And takes, and I don't think he's going to play Queen C1. It's too much of an engine move. It's just like not... Like, okay, you're hitting my rook.
It's not natural.
I'll just go back. It's like, okay, thanks. We just traded pawns. There's just no point to A4. If we get to this position, I'll calculate it, but I don't think he's going to play this. I don't think he's going to play F4. Honestly, I think he'll just probably... If takes, I think he might go here with these 2 pawns. It blunders this one, but I guess that's quite annoying. Maybe you set that up. I guess you do kind of have to go to this. If he sees this, it's a very good maneuver, but I don't think he'll see it. Queen C1 is logical if you see it, but if you don't see it, it's... And then it's like F4 here. It's like... It's very like... I don't know. What do we get? No, I do agree that queen c1's a good move. I just don't know if we'll play it. I don't think it's a very obvious move to see. I get that you guys are like saying it's logical, but you've been having people who have the engine up being like, oh yeah, queen c1 here. Like, I do agree it's a good move, but it's like you're going back with your queen to get a tempo on the rook, and then like he's just gonna move his rook back, and then you're gonna go here and be like, hey, I'm hitting 2 pawns. I don't think this is gonna happen. Salty, what do you think? You think that's gonna happen?
I think no.
I'm not saying Omid is, but I mean, there are definitely people in chat who have been asking me to analyze. It's like, I know it's the top line. I just don't think it's going to happen. It's literally been, someone's asking me about Queen C1 like way before Omid was, buddy. I'm not claiming you're the engine user. I don't know. Okay. So if you spotted it right away, give me the follow-up line from here, you know? Calculate everything. I do agree it's, you know, he might see it, but I just don't think so. He played bishop d5. I don't think he would, obviously you're going to take here. I don't think he's going to play queen c1. It's a good move. I don't see
What
it
other
being played.
candidates are there other than bishop like d5 and bishop g2?
He's played bishop
What is?
g5, d5.
Oh, he has?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. So let's look at the most obvious move here, which is recapturing our pawn. Rook takes b2.
Yep. Well, that's what we were talking about. Then there's queen c1 here.
Queen c1.
It's like, I don't know. I don't quite, because then you're going to go here or something. That's what the
But
chat
then we'll have.
wants. I don't quite agree with it. I don't like queen c1.
I mean, we can look at it deeply a little further. Maybe there's like queen to rook anywhere, queen to even rook to b6 is fine
I
here.
know. I was literally looking at both. The problem
Queen
with
to
this is
a6,
then this hits 2 pawns.
but then we have queen to d6 hitting the bishop.
And protecting, yeah.
I guess he can still take. Our rook's undefended.
Yeah. That's why I
Our rook
was
is
liking
loose.
b4 more. And our rook's protected after takes. Even just queen b6 here. And then you're just like preparing to get on the back rank. And then queen h3, and you're really going down. Thank you.
I'm definitely an internet warrior, Tirani. I don't play. I've only ever played one OTB tournament, many casual games, but just one tournament. And there's a massive discrepancy between my online and over the board rating.
So we were doing this a bit earlier, Fat Milk. It's really surprising, but queen f3 and bishop h3 are now
It's
unstoppable.
literally force mate.
Yeah, it's very nice. Can't you just take the bishop in? We're in a different position, buddy. Sorry, I kind of moved on. Yep, literally force mate. I think he will take here eventually, and like, there's a small chance we get that.
I don't think it really matters whether Amon takes b2, the obvious move, quickly or fast. The guy is not gonna play a move as quickly as bishop to b3 without some thought. Like he knows he's playing a GM. Of course, there's some depth in the position because a GM won't just blunder bishop to b3. Even a 900 will see that shit. So he's
Yeah.
gonna look, see what's up, see queen f3, and then obviously find. So Amon's definitely looking at beyond.
He's probably looking at queen c1.
Exactly, queen c1 and seeing the complications after this, because after queen to a6 or a3.
There's also queen d6 here to just get a tempo on the bishop. And then
I like that as well, yeah.
Amon has taken on b2.
Okay. The moment of truth. I think we're gonna see queen to c1. I don't think a 1900 is gonna play queen bishop to b3. No shot.
We can hope.
You want to throw up a poll
Yeah, sure. I'll do it
between
quickly.
queen b3 and no bishop to b3 and queen to c1?
Nice, we got it out. Yeah, white will play bishop d3.
Bishop d3?
Yeah.
But do you think a GM would
Bishop
really
D3.
blunder bishop b3? As in 1900, you gotta put yourself in
Bro,
his
have you not
shoes.
seen Eric Rosen's "Oh No, My Blank"? They take the piece.
No, but he sees bishop b3 at the opponent. But will he honestly believe that a GM would miss bishop b3 without him having a resource in the position?
Well, maybe
I
he
think
thinks
that
the resources that Amon's just gonna take.
just sacks the rook.
Yeah, maybe. It is also a little obvious, yeah. Queen c3. Nope, board got flipped. Yeah, this loses, J-Ball. That's why we want the move.
Exactly, yeah.
J-Ball just
We're trying
came
to
in.
bait.
That's really funny. We are trying to bait here, and then to mate them. Hey, let's go, Nitsid. Queen c6. Interesting. Good suggestion, Neil. I hope you mean d6. But yeah, Queen c6. You want to analyze that move with me, or it just wins on the spot?
I'm sorry, what move?
Queen c6.
Queen c6.
I'm trolling.
Okay. Okay.
Well, Neil suggested Queen c6, and after Bishop b3. Well, this is just more simpler because you can't then.
You can't play.
Can't play f3
Exactly. Yeah.
because then the queen would protect the mating square. We were literally at the live position, and people are asking, "Can I put on the live position?" Funny chatters. We will wait to see. Yeah, I'm trolling. People typing indeed. I really want Bishop b3. He beat Omid. So this guy has beaten Omid before, Leo Lin.
Oh,
Maybe
really?
that's
Have you
maybe
pulled the data?
that's what Leftbridge is saying. Maybe that's why Omid's giving us moves in chat. He's like, no, this is my time. I'm gonna beat him now. There is a added time added on move 40. Sad, but it's okay. I get beat up all the time. Brando got banned from chess.com or Twitch. Which one?
Oh, Brando?
Yeah,
That's
what
I don't
chat's
know,
saying.
man.
I mean, from Twitch? What are you banned from Twitch for? God damn it, Brando. Sag. We don't know? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't affect him, true. Got banned 4 a.m. midstream. That's iconic. Yeah, I assume so. Yeah, that would be getting him banned, yeah. That would do it. Well, you're kind of asking for the bamboo there. His opponent is in the think tank, so he's probably... He sees this and he's wondering why it's not good. Looks like Kusha game is,
Oh, it just ended, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Brandon's pole dancing stream was really good. Our bra lost, Sag. Oh yeah, I see Kusha. 0-1 or 1-0.
Tough pairing though. He was paired against the #1 seed of the tournament.
I guess yeah. So you take here first, not deal with this.
Oh yeah, that
And then this check is just met with this, and you have no more checks. And this is coming. Maybe that's what he's trying to calculate, because that's a harder line to see. Because this doesn't. If you go here and then here, this check isn't that bad for white. So king
it's
g7,
also
and then you can go here and protect the mating square. And be
there's
mating.
also yeah. Oh yeah, that's actually a pretty slick maneuver.
So what you do before on queen a5, before bishop h3, you take here so that the queen doesn't have this square.
That's a very important intermezzo, honestly.
Yep. We were just looking into what if this. Oh wait, we gotta. I hate this. Omid is just saying words and not giving me any lines, so I have no idea what he's talking about. Anthony's playing? Oh, that's interesting.
Anthony Atanasov?
I assume so. Yep. He's the board 4 right now. Hello, squaw. We got h3. Is that not just a free pawn? What?
H3, King H2?
I just go back. What? It's just a free pawn. What does he want? Check. Someone who knows what's going on here. Why is this not just a free pawn? H3 was played. No, I mean what the fuck is H3?
I mean, that's just a free pawn, dude.
That's just a free pawn.
Go meet. Kids got psyched out.
But then you still have just queen f3 and it's already. Oh, after king h2. Okay, so king h2.
Yeah, King H2 is the. Okay.
Just to protect the square.
You want to go like bishop to e6 at the very least. Otherwise, you trap.
Well, I don't want to trade. I want to protect the e8 square from check.
How about your rook? Do you want to sack the rook? Is that your plan?
Well, I always have here as well. I'm always setting up something. And then the light squares are really weak. And I will have queen, bishop. I'll check king there, and then here, and then you don't have time to take it.
Like, I'm not a fan of bishop to e6 because of the structure.
Yeah.
The resulting structure
I don't
afterwards of the
wanna
isolated
take.
pawn
Yeah. Well, I guess
or the backwards pawn.
it's not really that bad
Well,
if we were to push
you
it to
gotta really
e5. Like if we went
extract
here,
that.
like this wouldn't be too bad. But like we'd have to get to it. It wouldn't be good though either, just because then rook e4 and then this is never moving. Yeah, so I think it might take him on kind of a minute just to figure out what's going on.
I
With
mean,
this
there's
move.
no way we're not taking that pawn there, right?
I mean, yeah. I think so. I think you take the pawn. Because one thing that this means is his opponent has to prove why he just gambited a pawn. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you have to prove this. Because now I'm just up a pawn. And a pawn's a pawn. That's a free pawn. And well, the bishop can't get off that diagonal for a while just because of all the light weak squares. Well, if you go g4 here, I'll just take. That's another pawn. So I do think you have to take, because if you go back, just g4, and then your bishop is kind of wonky, and you can't really attack on the dark squares as well. He's definitely
Honestly,
equalized, but there's a lot of game left. Yeah, that is true. Being down on time and having this is tricky. It's definitely tricky. I think he takes the pawn, but I don't know. Yeah, it's okay, Piff. I felt it was too engine-like. It didn't make sense to me to play Queen C1 then Queen A3. Honestly, just didn't see it.
H3 looks like a move that he just wants to play Amon's clock, right?
I do think so. I'll be right back. I'll be very quick. You won't even take the pawn by the time I get back.
But after H3 though, he's very much aware that the immediate bishop D3 does not work. Bishop B3. But yeah, it takes King H2. Bishop E6 looks like it's an only move pretty much. Because King H2, grab a tempi on the bishop. Rook is about to be trapped. Doesn't look pretty, but what's the plan with H3? Does he want Queen E2? It's a pretty annoying position though to play with such little time, because I can see this quickly getting into like a queen and rook ending, and those are some of the most complicated endgames to play, period. That's what I'm saying, Kurtz. Take the pawn, because pretty much have to take a pawn. And then bishop e6. Not pretty, but it's necessary if you don't want to trap or sack your rook. But this is definitely like a critical position though. Bishop h3, queen e2. Bishop takes queen e2. Oh, the bishop is getting trapped. Well, that's tricky, man.
What's the line? Mon just
Bishop
took.
takes he took the pawn?
Yep.
Okay, now queen e2 is a critical line though. You really need to calculate this out. G4 just traps the bishop now. And your rook is hanging by virtue of bishop b3.
I mean, if you go F3, I'll lose.
Bishop is dead.
I mean, but I'm attacking you. Your king's too weak to play at G4 right here. Queen F3 is too strong. Queen F5, F4. What are you gonna do? And if you, I mean, you can force off the queens here, but it's just a free pawn. You played Queen H, pawn takes, and now Buddy's thinking, so I'm thinking. My thing hasn't updated. I don't know what moves he played. And refresh again. He played Queen E2 like we expected. Yes, it takes a second for the board to update, buddy. Chat's feeling frisky.
Oh man. H3 was actually very resourceful.
Mon plays bishop D E6, bishop E6.
Pretty much, exactly. It's the only move. You give back the pawn, but you got to save your rook.
Yep.
I think if we get into an endgame, though, yeah, queen takes looks pretty promising.
Your rook's very strong. Question is, which one do you take here? I guess you take this
Do you
one to
take or do
protect.
you?
Protect this. Maybe king G7 first.
Yeah, king G7 first because both pawns are hanging. He's got to choose. Actually, no, king G7 would hang the pawn to check on D7.
Yep. But I do agree that this will probably occur. Because if you take here, it doesn't really matter. It's still the same line.
Plus, you want to encourage the queen trade. This is definitely much more. But the thing is, this is just a nightmare to play though in a time scramble.
Yeah, especially with 4 minutes. The problem is this pawn's so weak as well. Go A4, I don't really want to take this pawn. I don't know, this is so hard. I suck at endgames 1, and this is a hard endgame. Buddy played bishop B3.
But Amon in a time crunch situation with a rook ending, I think he has much better chances there,
Yep.
given how well versed he is in those type of end games.
Yep.
So bishop to b3 was just played.
What about just king G7? Just like, because in the
King
future
G7.
lines, yeah, in the future lines, H6 was hanging, which is kind of annoying. And is it because you can't hit the rook right away?
It's not, yeah, and you can't really take the bishop in a favorable condition because a takes and that a pawn of yours is just never going to promote.
Yeah, true. A5 is interesting. It might be a little too slow. I guess you want
And just sack the pawn.
maybe to try and be going A4 to just for your rook. It's definitely an idea. Well, Amon is 3 minutes, so we know we will get the move soon. Yep, pretty much DPay. What's the line that you guys are talking about? Here, queen e6. Oh. Well, it's black's turn as well.
Oh.
You want queen e6 right away. Now they're confusing me with lines in chat. Often they do that. It's not winning, it's not worse for him though. It's an equalish position. He has more chances. This is interesting. This is kind of forcing him to take on e6. You want to see a funny line? You'll like it.
What? That's cheeky. Doesn't do anything.
Doesn't
It's
do
just
anything at all. It's just funny. You can do it, so why not? That's the type of move because you can play. You do. You know what I mean? Queen takes bishop. Yeah, it's the same thing as taking with the bishop first, but it's more the cooler.
It's more
way.
flashy.
Yeah. It's funny. This is apparently better than taking, because then your king's a bit more active. Yeah, it's very alpha. Exactly. You have queen f7. It's virtually the same. Black's a bit better if you take with the bishop first as well. Then it's just the same. It's a bit different. Slightly better for black. Then you get this. Slightly worse, I mean. This is
Queen
right
f5
in
was
Amon's
played.
wheelhouse. Yeah, Amon played Queen f5. But not a... So Queen takes as an option now. We could see it. I don't think we're going to. Because it is slightly worse because of Queen f7. Unfortunately. We have to ask him about it. Did you see that you could, in exchanging all the trades, you could take with the queen first? It's kind of a flashy thing. Exactly. Take him to the endgame where he's just weakish things. We could edit in a yawn counter. Oh yeah, that endgame chip. No, there's 30-second increment. So Amon is really no worries. I think bishop d5 is a threat. First of all, it's white's turn, so if that was true, we would just play bishop d5. That just hangs a piece. No, bishop d5 is not a threat. And it's not even a threat if in this position. Funny though. That's funny. Okay, so I'll kill black's turn and then bishop d5. First of all, let's beside the fact that I hung up piece, you can just take. You do kind of have to be frisky to play that move. And kids, the Scholastic definitely in the US is like 200 points higher. Yeah, queen is on f5. I hate that the refresh takes me to a move before for some reason. Like it'll take me to move 24, but then only when white played, not when Amon played. Yeah, that's true as well. Not in the US. In the US, they're overrated. Or actually, no, it's either that they're overrated or underrated by 200 points. I don't exactly remember how it works. Amon's opponent has 23 minutes and he has 3 minutes. So soon it is going to be a blitz game. Where let's be honest, Amon is just the heavy favorite. There's still like 30 minutes.
That's just straight facts. Yep.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree with you more. If it was anyone else, I'd be concerned that they're in a time restraint. But with Amon, this is just up his wheelhouse. About to get an end game.
Yeah.
Potentially.
He sees 3 minutes and he thinks, oh, that's 6 hyperbolic games. This is easy for him. He can convert so many positions in this time. Plus he has increment, so. Exactly. Time for 6 games. So I do think that bishop takes e6 will be played, by the way. And then queen takes, 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 takes. And then maybe king g7 or take this pawn.
King g7, rook e7. So take the pawn first would be probably the best shot instead of.
I don't know though, because your king's gonna get active. You're gonna take here.
I just like getting the outside pass pawn, you know?
Yeah, but you have 2 connected if you can win this pawn, and your king is cut off more than mine is. It's a very it's hard to win, but your king is cut off, which is important. Because now if
I just feel like even though we lose a bunch of pawns, the quality of that pass a pawn would be insanely it'd be invaluable.
I don't know, I feel like our king is pretty active here. It's tricky. Yeah, this position is a lot simpler. Well, the king being cut off is important. Because you can be down a pawn and just the king not being in. Yeah, exactly. There is some time pressure, but it's not that bad. He's thinking about a barrel oil. It's drawnish. It's an equal position. Both sides have things that they're gonna do. Plus, at any moment, you can just go into a pretty equalish endgame. Or
Let's look at the past a pawn the line.
So you
Instead of
wanna-
king to g7, let's
wanna
take out
take here?
the a pawn. They take our pawn, and let's start running.
Oh, you
Okay,
wanna
yeah,
run
just
first?
yeah, king g7 is actually pretty clutch.
Let's
King
hit the
g7.
tempo. He's not, and then he has this though. Is this really? Yeah, no, this is draw. Well, if you take here, I don't think this is very good after this. Because our king is
Can
gonna
you go
be...
back a couple of moves after we take the pawn on a2?
Yep.
Instead of king to g7, how about we just run the a pawn? Just make a beeline for the queen square. So rook g6.
Well, you'd go behind the pawn.
Or rook behind pawn, yeah.
Want to go
But then
g4 to limit the
let's
king?
just keep pushing the pawn. Yeah, g4, yeah. g4. And then now what? Probably king to g2 though.
Well, you can't go this way though, so you would go f1. Because this no squares.
Okay, and then we keep pushing the pawn. Like, what does black do? What does white do here?
Oh, that's a free pawn. Check. A3
Keep
again?
pushing.
Yeah. I guess they have to keep running in.
And then rook to a1, yes. And then
Yeah.
just keep pushing the pawn.
I mean, they have no other moves because they go here. No more threatening. Oh, we're not threatening that though. How do
So
we?
whenever, yeah, we need the king to reach the third rank to give a check. So maybe now we just bring in the king. Honestly, just literally walk all the way to the
Problem is, will just like go. Yeah. Okay, so king d2. King e2. Engine just gonna repeat for them. Oops. Rook. Now you check and go here.
I'm just saying it might be a shot though, just putting all the faith in that one a pawn, and then just run the king up the board. No, king to b6. You want to come with tempi.
And I guess keep going up. Yeah, this is definitely a winning plan. You literally just you keep going up. It's just a plan. I did let white literally do nothing, to be fair. So yeah, white literally has to roll over, but it is possible. Well, it wasn't easy. Okay, so where? After rook g6. You guys aren't giving me...
I'm just saying that's an option.
For white.
Win the a pawn and just jettison it to the a file and put all your faith in that one pawn. Even if you lose all the other pawns, that would be an idea and a plan.
I'm so confused. I'm sorry. I hate endgames.
That's a great point, Dongmi. Anyone is hungry. Factors
Yeah,
a
factor
great
is easy to
option
make.
for you.
So queen takes. So what line are they talking about here that I messed up? Rook c6 and then... Oh, we didn't want king g7. We wanted a4 here. a4 takes and then here. So we looked at rook c2 and we think that this is better, but we can look at that one as well. Rook c2, we just... Then you have this and you're winning more pawns. So you take
So instead
here
of taking the A
first.
pawn, how about we go king f7? Try that variation that Matter Monkey suggested.
Mm,
And now when they take, we come in with Tempe.
I guess I'm confused why we wouldn't play something like.
Because you lose
Taking
the A pawn.
Not if we did this though, and then a4.
But we're seeing let's not drop. I don't know. It's a move order thing, right? Get the king involved.
Yeah. I think the important thing is one g4 to make sure the king can't come this way, and then just run your king. See you, Omid. No eval bars.
G4 is probably not needed though, honestly.
It's pretty useful because it makes the king not be able to go this way, and it stops these pawns. I don't know. I think g4 is a very nice touch on this endgame. Because I mean, what else is white gonna do? His plan is to go king g2 and run up, or to get these pawns to move. We looked at that. We didn't think it was very good. We take here then, and he's not threatening any of our pawns, and he has to give a check to go over. This is very complex, but it's... I don't know, our rook is better. Since with g4 and our rook being here, the way that it works out, since we get our pawn to here, by the time we put our rook on a1, it's just his king can't get over. Yeah. It's very interesting that Leo is taking so much time here. Because let's say you just...
Now I'm less concerned for Amon's clock situation.
Yeah, okay. So I'm about to play a move that hangs of this bishop. We're just going to move past it, okay? Everyone's just going to move past it with me. Because even if you get everything in this position, you will always have this. I'm just killing a move. Killing a move for white. You will always have this, and then there's like not that many threats you have to... I don't see any tricks, even if you don't take. Okay, so we got queen d1. That can't be a good move. What does that do? I guess he wants to go here.
Did he just play queen to d1?
He did just play queen to d1.
So he wants queen to c1, just simply trap the bishop. I mean, trap the
Yeah.
rook.
But now, well, the
Now
guy...
you gotta take though, right?
Well, you can play bishop d5, and then if
I
queen
like bishop
c1...
d5. Problem with bishop d5 is queen to c1.
Wait, what do you actually...
And if you go, oh, I like that intermezzo. I was
Yeah.
thinking of queen f3, which fails, but queen to bishop f3 is actually pretty slick.
Yeah.
He might be able to sack his bishop though. Let's say bishop to d5. No, bishop
Oh.
d5. No, that's mate. That's mate.
Oh yeah, if he goes here, we just take and... And you have rook e4. What?
Bishop
how you-
f3
that's how you
is
stop
very,
the
very
mate.
cute. It's a very nice finesse in the position.
Yeah, bishop d5 here is real good. Well, then you just don't take, I think, on bishop f2. Well, the reason that I know about this move is because I told someone that no, it's not a huge threat in this position. 2 moves later, it's a huge threat in the position, so... The pleb helped me out. Did he play bishop? He played bishop d5. Be good, Chad. There is also this and then this too, which is pretty. It's a similar type of idea and it works just as well.
E4 though.
Rook e4 is a troll. Your bishop's on the square.
No, in line you showed. After the rook sack. After the rook sack.
Well, it's our turn. So you want rook e4 here?
I guess there's f5 here. Kick out the rook.
Yeah, you can't move it. That's mate. That's funny.
I was just suggesting moves.
No. You did well. That's exactly. You should go through all of them. You know, it's better that we understand why. Just queen takes, and this pawn's falling. Well, all the pawns are very weak. This is just a very good endgame for Amon. Plus, he's up a pawn. Amon is up a pawn in an endgame. Sag for Leo. It is like watching a master at work. It's impressive. And pretty much if queen c1, which does kind of look like a common move, boom, and you get the same thing. This is a good game. I do think
picture f3 though, it's much more cleaner because you're putting the king in a box. The pawn can never move, and you're no bishop f3.
Yes, I mouse
Just
slipped. I
cleaner.
mouse slipped about 5 times. Well, then the problem is then there is bishop d5
No,
because
after
you're
the
gonna
rook sack.
take the rook.
I'm saying.
Yes. And there's king h2.
Queen to g4. Looking for queen h5. King g7.
And there's queen f1, so queen h7.
Oh yes, queen f1. I didn't see that. Oh fuck, queen f1.
Yeah. So in this variation, the queen has to go there. Glasses, headphones are very funny with glasses on because they're just pushing against your ears. Do we get queen to d1 to queen to e2? No, but this is a big troll, bro. Huge troll, bro. Huge troll, bro. What is he doing?
Well, we probably didn't want to waste too much time there. It's a pretty.
No, but just bishop f3. Just bishop f3.
Oh my
No, and you can
goodness.
go there. So yeah. Oh, that's mate. If you take a pawn. Okay, so no, you do have to go to g7. Why can't you check here?
This is a massive troll though.
This is a massive troll. Just queen it.
That's literally force. That's literally force.
Yeah. So in the current position, if Amon sees bishop f3, game's practically over.
He's definitely gonna see it though.
Yeah. Because his entire idea was to work this diagonal.
What if queen e1 though?
Queen e1, you just this is what you mean, right?
No, I mean queen f1. That seems to hold, and it gets real complicated.
Oh, going. Yeah. That's a good question. I don't know. I'm still looking. Maybe you can always lock in the bishop, and the king sucks, and you can go here now. This is nice. This is g4 is nice because then you have h5.
Oh my, you're actually right, dude.
That's filthy.
Oh, that's filthy, man. Oh, g4 is actually filth.
G4 is nice. Okay, so f3 just it's a little complicated, and Amon is under a minute, but let's hope he finds it.
20 seconds. Are the time here?
No, they're not exactly accurate, but he is low on time. We know that for a fact.
Oh my god! If he finds those two moves, it's literally game over.
It is, yeah.
It's literally force mate.
He played the move, and I don't see the bishop on f3.
Ah, he took.
Fuck.
Ah, that's painful.
Sag.
In all fairness, the bishop f3 is complicated.
Yeah, you have to take like this.
It's hard to just let your rook stay trapped on b2 with such a little time, because if your mate fails,
Yeah,
then you have nothing
it's.
to lean back on.
So let's say he sees this.
Because g4 is a hard move to see there.
It's so hard. Just to get that forced in. Ah. It's okay though, because Amon's opponent probably is a little nervous. It's an endgame with Amon, and he's just up a pawn. No, I know, Dr. L. It's very. Bishop f3 would have just ended the game on the spot. It's whatever. He'll grind this one out for another 20 moves, and we can spend more time together.
Exactly. Bishop f3 had too much complications. Bishop f3, bishop takes f7, and that shit
I just wasn't gonna
with
take.
a couple of. It doesn't.
Apparently you can take, but I was just gonna go here.
Taking either which way is just. It's just complications, right?
Yeah.
It's just too much lines and variations to work out.
Okay, but he's trolling with that move. My instant reaction is I want to give the check. He is a few seconds. He is a pawn, yes.
Keeping the queens on the board here is a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, true. This
Rooks on the board, no queen is very doable, but with the queen on, it's just going to be an absolute nightmare to play here.
yeah, exactly.
How does queen d5 win a pawn? Y'all
He,
want
he
to
thinks you
stack
can
your
take.
queen?
He thinks you can take there. Yeah.
Queen is defended.
No, it's very funny, isn't it, Maynard? It's very funny. G5 now would be interesting if you didn't hang a pawn with check. Would be very interesting though, you know, if he, let's say he just goes there. Yeah, I would love this. You know, just give a little wink at your opponent. There's still a lot of pressure. Plus, you can always just trade off the queens. Looks like we got king g7 in this position. Sounds good, buddy. The boys are back down. So move forward. Exactly. Chat knows what's up. Buddy, this doesn't work, 42. This is protected. If you take here, I will say thank you very much for the queen. The chat's really funny. God damn it, Thong. You made me turn on the engine to check it. Yeah, we would love a Moj walking by. Chat's funny, man. Chat really wants, like, just killing the move. Really wants this move. We're turning it off. We're talking over it. Maybe we could turn it back on a bit later. We're testing a lot of things though. No problem, Chicken Pants. You were the catalyst. I think the kid isn't good at endgames. Just based on the amount of time usage compared to the middle game and the opening to now, It is a complicated position, but I like that Amon's giving him the chance. Like, hey, what do you want to do right now? What's your move?
Just a little concerned for Amon here because of the queens. It's a little
Well, keep in mind, Amon's up a pawn, and you know him. He's great at defending. We did get queen d1, which is very interesting. I don't quite get it. I will definitely ask about bishop f3. If he just didn't like the complications with bishop takes f7.
he definitely saw queen f3. It's just the complications was too much to work out with a minute on the clock. Bishop takes f7
But
amongst
then you just take back with the queen.
plethora of other moves.
But then you just take back with the queen, and your bishop's still protected. I guess that's probably the thing he might not have seen. Rook a6. Probably going for rook f6 and to hit this pawn.
I like that.
Yeah, Buddy has been repeating for like 50 moves. Just back and forth. No problem.
That's a good
for me.
sign, though. It shows that Buddy
Not confident.
isn't willing to go into. Yeah, exactly. He's not confident enough to go into complications. Definitely queen to c1 was more testing instead of going back to e2 and allowing bishop f3.
Rook f6 is nice because you're threatening rook f3 and rook takes. So you can't really... Of course, this isn't like a game-winning threat, but having your rook on f3 in this type of position is very nice because then you can go queen f5 and he has to be tied down to this pawn. And then you can kind of run this pawn and make your king better. Hey, good luck, Kurtz. Well, you got some nice warm-up commentary, getting to the mindset. It's move 30, so he's actually 10 moves away from 40 extra.
Do they get time control? Like an extra bonus?
Yes, they do. I move 40. This is an interesting move. Because the threat is probably queen h5.
Too concerned though, just rook f6, right? You defend their threat and also countering with a
did
mate
play
threat.
rook f6.
Yeah, it's just yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, he's also 9 minutes away from
I'm already
the bonus
liking
time.
Amon's position much better.
Yeah, this is the type of endgame he can just grind down.
They can't go f4, you just take that free pawn. You can't play like a random king move, like, I don't know.
You can play king g2.
King.
Oh, no, you can't.
You mean king
g1.
You mean king g1.
Yep.
Then queen to f5.
Or even here. One of
Just
these
make
two, nah, for the point, we're just gonna keep repeating the queen. Just for the jokes.
the memes.
Because he keeps just going back and forth between these two squares. It is quite funny. I love his queen plant moves. He has moved between e2, d1, and e2 again. And now he's back to d1. So maybe he'll go queen e2 a couple moves later. He thinks that if he keeps repeating, maybe it'll be a draw. Definitely trying to save Buzz. I'm also getting hungry. Soon we can eat.
If only there was something that you can prepare in under 2 minutes, Elfishy.
If
like
only. Well,
Factor.
for all the US bras. Honestly, they
Amon's position though is actually getting a lot better though.
Does this blunder the queen? How does this blunder the queen?
Did I want to play queen e2 again?
I think he did, honestly.
I think he did.
Hey, I think we might have just gotten a factor, or we got a. He did.
Oh, queen e2.
That's really funny. Now you can force the rooks off. Because else you take the queen. And And then queen takes. So
But
your
yeah,
pawn should
rook
be
e6
good.
is very classy. Just keep it simple, get into the queen endgame, reach time control.
Yep, they're 8 moves away from the time control. So he does think the queen endgame is winning. He might go for the king and pawn endgame then.
I don't know about you, but I find queen endgames, besides purely pawn endgames, I find queen endgames to be an absolute headache of a position.
Yep, they definitely
Just
have
so many, gotta be so worried about perpetuals, their queen harassing your king, etc.
Yep. Okay, he's not gonna take. Taking is bad. If he takes, it's a bad endgame.
That's obviously dead winning.
Yeah.
Up a pawn,
Yeah.
that's an easy grind.
So probably king f3 just to keep some pressure. And come in here, go here. Very. This will be very interesting. I want to see. After
Amon's
this position is really. I want to see what the
masterclass.
That too. I want to see the masterclass.
You have to be insanely accurate though in these positions.
You do. Yeah, because that's
it's so easy for one side to just slip up, give up too many weaknesses, and they just poke and prow enough, and next thing you know,
c2 is backwards.
Lost.
Can't move c2, and you can't protect it with another pawn. So we, Amon will see the backwards pawn, and well, no. Eventually, you can put some pressure on it. So I wonder what his opponent's thinking about here. Because this is very good now.
Some more coffee. I'll be right back.
No problem. Because it's very good. No, I have no idea like why he's thinking here. Because now it's under 4 minutes, and Amon's only going to be probably the stronger bullet player and bits player. He is probably thinking if he should trade queens, but his time's getting really low. It's 4 minutes to 38 seconds, but Amon is like used to it. Yeah, if you take twice, he just loses. Because your king, if you don't play g4, I'm going to play g4, and then I'm just going to bring my king in. Just then you go there. Then I come over here. I don't know. I suck at endgames, but it is dead lost. He's taking a lot of time on this one. Yep. His king will definitely be able to be active. Well, I think you don't want g4 to be played by black. Yes, he actually played queen d1 again. But he has been trolling us since his first queen e2 from... Let's go to the start. So he played his queen here. And then... Once. Twice. 3 times he has played a queen e2. I find that very funny. Amon is up a pawn in the endgame mini wing, so he's slightly better, but he has to prove it. But his opponent can't really trade him down to the queen and king endgame, and he's getting really low on the clock. Mostly because I'm really hungry right now, Sosa. And I've been streaming for 4 hours. Okay, so we did get rook takes and queen takes. Well, he has 30 seconds, so he kind of has to. f3, queen f6. Amon has played this quickly, so he is gaining some time, and he is 6 moves away from the increment. Guys, I wonder if we're gonna get queen e2 again. We're on move 34. They're repeating just to get some. Yeah. A little bit of repeating. Yeah, Amani's peeking at the idea of a queen trade in this position. It's quite challenging to win it though. After
What I miss?
they're
They,
repeating for a bit.
Okay, so they're trying to both reach time control.
Yeah,
Pretty wild though how time is so even now. Pretty
know.
much. After that time disparity.
Yep. It's because Amon's stronger in the end games. He was saying this on the commentary yesterday. If he gets the end games, he can play quickly. But just getting to the end games, he wants to make sure he doesn't blunder anything.
Would you take a draw here if the kid offered it to you as a
No.
GM?
No. He's just, it's like 200 points of rating. So I'd lose like 5 points if I was Amon's rating. I do hope there's food nearby. Because this is like a grueling end game. They repeated once more, and now Amon needs to change the position or else it'll be a draw. And he has played h5. So if queen takes, obviously you take here.
Oh wow.
h5 is huge.
H5, okay.
h5 is nice.
Okay.
Because if takes, this is just destroying. Or maybe it's, is it that? I assume so, yeah. Because there's nothing else in this position that you would do. There's no way to, like, you can force the queens off, but you're just down a pawn. That's the other thing I was considering. Queen h6.
Actually might be a
Let's see, there's a couple checks here. Could also take another pawn.
Oh my god, that actually is a forced queen trade. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. H5 is actually no, give the queen check on H3. That should forcefully trade the queens off. So takes,
Well,
check, queen f1.
the problem is that this is a draw. So you have to win pawns before you do that. So if here, you'd have to do something like where you're pressuring these pawns. Because you don't want to lose this one either. Because this pawn's better than this one. Okay, we've had moves.
Wait, did we miss the force May?
No. He's making fun of you. Thank you, Tom. So now king g6 just to protect the pawns because you can't take on f2. Queen g6 allows a check and you lose this pawn and lose. So probably, yeah, king up just because h4, let's say I just give you, say I play queen d1 again. I like h4 here a lot. This is interesting. What about h5? What do you mean? It's on the board. Ooh, h4 even right away is interesting.
I was just thinking that did the kid actually just get up?
Yeah, he got up
walk
and
around
looked.
and
Yeah.
look at it from his perspective?
I've done that before.
That's hilarious to
He
me.
wants to make sure he's not blundering any checkmates because you see checkmates easier against other people than you do against yourself. At least I find too.
No, that's 100% true. I for the same thing.
Yep, I would do it. It's definitely a strategy. Although I think that h4 here is quite scary. I don't know how you made it. I guess here. Think. No, but I mean this is just awful. Yeah, h4 here is very good. I'm in the wrong position. Played queen e4. So we got king h6. Okay. h4 is still on the board. h4, h4. Amon does have 20 seconds though, so. He played h4. He was sniffing him. Yep, I flipped the board every time in Blitz.
Do you actually?
No, I'm trolling. Yep, one more move and they will have infinite time. But this is h4 was a great move.
Did you just play h4 king h6?
Yep, he's just comfortable.
Dude,
in this
Amon
position.
is
He's
some
goated.
Giga Chad energy.
Indeed. No, I don't think Amon will be taking a draw in this position. I think he has one goal, and that's to win. And I think Leo knows it too. He knows that he's slightly worse than this. Queen a8. That's interesting.
I mean, but he just wants a pawn.
So I'm going to take here because it creates checkmate threat. So you have to take back. Then queen a6 to go here. Because if you take this, it's not with check.
Kid's wild though.
Oh no, you know what I'm doing. Take
Moving
here.
his queen so far from his king.
He is. Queen a8's very bold. So he has taken here. I definitely want to check out that dude's smother mate. Queen e6 or queen e, any move to the e file is very good here because you want to just give some checks pretty much. Don't understand why this one's slightly. I understand he's knocking this pawn. I just don't understand why it's turning you back off. I turned it on because someone said this was the top move and I didn't believe it. No, Amon does have 30 minutes. The DGT boards never update like that. But Amon definitely, it's going to run out, and then if I refresh it, I think it will. I have to refresh this page. Yeah, so Amon is 30 minutes in this position. Oh, did I say it was worse? I mean, Queen e5 is better. That's why I was confused. It makes no sense to me why you wouldn't go here. Morning computer. Anyway, I turned it back off. It was just wrong.
You gotta feel like Amon's the favorite now that they've reached time control.
100%. 100%.
Comfortable endgame, up a clean pawn, active king, slowly encroaching with the queen, with the pawns.
Yeah, there are a lot of checks. Yeah, playing on with zeros on the clock. Get your head.
Let's look at a6. Why give up the pawn, right?
Well, if you go, okay, well, if you go here and you take, I'm taking here of check.
I know, but as a side variation, what if a6 just not give him the pawn at all?
I don't like
And
that.
just
And your
pass.
queen's tied down because it's always with check. Because then if I ever
That's a
like
great point.
try to go here,
That's
you take with check.
That's a great point.
I'd rather just let you take it without check, and then I'm controlling the end game. That's a good point, though. There's a lot of ways you can kind of go wrong here. Play here. Check. Check. Well, this is mate with some sort of. Yeah, that's mate.
How's that mate? King takes g4.
King takes, interesting.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like your king.
yeah.
So here, is it possibly just? No, it's just like Queen F3 here. King takes C4. Noted. Noted. Jable, did you also think? There's some troll bras. Anyway, let's go back to the current position because we can be analyzing this endgame in lots of different ways to play it.
So what was played?
Nothing. It's still a monster. He's thinking. Because he has 30 minutes.
Oh,
So we're going to be here for a while. Go on. I literally have the engine off. There is no engine on right now. Salty can back me up. There's no engine on.
I can verify there is no engine lines on.
I saw that was forced mate. Fucking G4 and queen over. Literally forced. Well, you guys troll me that I use an engine. You troll me when I don't use an engine. Make up your mind. I am hungry. I'm keeping it off. Thank you for the 100 bits, chessbrah, lol. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, murder the engine. The opening was Tomanov, Sicilian. I can't refresh the time. Amon has played Queen E8. Nice.
Queen what?
Queen E5, I mean, sorry.
Oh,
I'm trolling. Queen E5.
Hi Langer Bing Bang with Bim Bam with the 5 gifted.
How you doing, buddy? This game is quickly looking to be in Amon's books. Queen E8, indeed. Yeah, this should be completely winning. Take here. And then take here if you do. Salty, would you like to say hi to Dylan?
Hello, Dylan.
Hi, Salty.
Hello, Big Bud.
You want to put these on?
It's okay. Oh, you're commentating.
Well, it's been 4
Yes.
hours. I think they've had enough of me. Big
No.
deal. Amon's looking in a good position right now.
Is he?
Yeah, he's looking like he's about to win.
I haven't looked. I just quickly turned this on. I just got home.
He's in a very good position. It was a very grindy game. We're 40 moves in.
But you still said that there's gonna be a 30-minute. 30
Yep.
minutes.
30 more minutes were just added to the clock.
That's a while. Wow. Sit on the side.
We're all very happy to have you.
I'm not good at commentating chess.
I'm not either. Believe me, I'm getting roasted all the time.
Move yourself back in the.
Oh yeah.
I know you're like always hiding. You're always hiding.
I have a much more. Half the time I'm just off cam. I'm used to it. So this is the current position. Amon has King G2 has been played. We will probably get a Queen E2. Amon isn't at the board right now, so we will have to wait for a bit though.
You can tell me your insights. I'll listen for a minute.
I do think that after King G2, I need to refresh the board. But Queen here will probably be played just to check, because you can't go here, as I've said already, with G4. And going back, well, if this didn't hang your queen, I would be all for it. But even just taking here, you have to worry about this, I guess.
So it's just a pawn. This is just a final pawn.
Yeah, he's just up 2 pawns.
Yeah, Amon's definitely doing much better here. Very comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
Each time control no longer in a time restraint. And yeah, just up a clean pawn here. Definitely in his zone. Endgame.
So I can then go ahead and say what's wrong with, sorry, check, here, king h3. It's force mate, bud. That's mate on
King
it, huh?
takes g4.
You can't take the pawn. The amount of times I've had to say that this is mate, it's quite funny.
You're trolling, buddy.
Why am I trolling? When the king is here and the queen is here,
You put the position on the board and you tell me why.
why can't I take the pawn? Why can I take the? How can I take the pawn?
Okay, king h4. Where's the force mate?
Oh, I am trolling. Then you take the pawn.
Yeah, second you moved over.
And I'm trolling.
It's okay. You've watched one too many salty streams.
Yeah, I do have you to blame.
Was Amon on a break? Or is he just walking?
He's got lots of time to
Oh,
think.
sorry, the other guys.
I guess I've had been commentating chess positions for 4 hours. I'm bound to see some ghosts and just be convinced. No, I was dead serious. I thought that was me.
It's okay. It's okay. Like I said, man, literally force mate, huh?
Literally force mate.
Why, Salty? Why didn't you join this?
Yeah, why didn't you come?
Why didn't you enter the competition?
Oh yeah, why didn't you go to the
To
competition?
the competition, my OTB chess is nowhere near my online chess. So I'm practicing by playing a lot of casual games, unrated, at my local chess club. Want to get at least a couple months to a year worth of practice so that
I can
my
hear a little bit of
online
it.
and my OTB reach the same level, and then
TB first.
I'll do a lot more
Got it. That's what
OTB chess next year.
That's fair. Well, you could have started this weekend. Practice makes perfect. Like, why didn't you start for this?
It's a very flawed.
Or just like no, you're like too
You didn't
soon,
want
too
to.
soon, too soon.
Just too soon. But I do plan a lot of OTB though next year. World Open, all the big name tournaments.
Oh, okay. So this tournament was just too small for you.
No, I just want to get more.
Well, that's what you
practice.
said. You just said all the big tournaments you want.
Well, this one as well, but then next year.
Okay.
So next year is when I'm going to be doing a lot of OTB tournaments.
And all of us will
But
be
this
watching.
year, sure.
We will.
We will,
No, we will.
honestly.
So it's like.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be commentating your games too, buddy. Be a lot
But
less
yeah,
serious.
I've already had one OTB tournament that Eric really pushed me for, which shout out to him. It was a terrible performance, but it was really good eye opener to get me into the swing of things. And so I just want to play more casual, just get my online and OTB at a more comfortable
Got it.
level.
How are you liking commentating? Are you getting good feedback?
So far it's pretty.
Chad,
it's
are you liking
I'm liking it. It's pretty.
Salty's feedback?
Always a pleasure to have
Yeah.
Salty.
Yeah. First time. Well, so far the chat's been pretty
Pretty
nice.
nice. I mean,
Dylan Ballbuster.
You're just putting me on the
Oh
spot
no, I'm
right
just,
now, bro.
just asking questions.
That's fair.
yeah, Salty, you
Daddy.
didn't sack too many pieces.
I mean, there weren't too many opportunities, honestly, with the way the
Yeah,
opening got
What do
off.
you mean he didn't?
So Salty likes to play very aggressive chess.
Okay.
And
I'm not the one
while
playing,
Amon's
though.
This
It's,
position
it's
was
Amon.
very. You just couldn't do it.
Oh,
here.
so his Salty suggestions, Amon never played.
He played some of
Well, he
them, but
played
it was
G5.
his type of suggestions normally.
We're more aggressive.
Yeah, you couldn't, and you just this wasn't the position for it. Like Salty wanted to play h5 to really come at him, but
Well-
he ended up playing it later. So he did play it just a bit later.
I'm just seeing why that queen is just stuck there. But yeah.
This one,
Yeah, the queen's
just
very
played it there on
offside.
purpose.
Oh, did he? He just put it.
He chose to put it there. It's a very funny move though. So you want to know something funny about his queen? He has repeated moving his queen. There was a little repetition to get to the time control. But he's gone between these two squares with his queen. Just like in the middle game, just 5 times.
Oh, he just went back and forth,
Just
back and forth.
Yeah. Queen went on a little dance.
Yeah.
And
I would have probably blundered the queen by this point already.
Me too.
I would have just given away the queen by accident. Oops, there you go.
Hello, Hannah. How you doing, Hannah? Awake at this time. Pretty late. We're getting a move, and we got queen e2. And of course, if you go to h3, it's mate. Now I am trolling.
I'll let you put these on. I can hear some of it just when the.
I would also love to see Maya react to this. What do you think he's gonna play? You think he's gonna go to h3? No, I went to g1. Yeah, it's literally force mate.
But White's losing a lot of pawns here, though. C2 is falling, B3 is falling.
Yeah, you can give some checks. It's definitely complex. It's not like, I mean, he's up 2 pawns, but
Twitch asking me.
So what happened
Is
here?
this normal? Twitch asking to connect to local devices. Is that normal?
What just happened? Can
That's
you
interesting.
refresh the game?
Probably, yeah, because it's wanting to go onto your like TV downstairs. Have they made moves? Sorry, I was just analyzing.
Oh, nothing happened here.
I was just analyzing for Amadan.
Okay, now he can win C2 with check now. Queen to D1 check. Queen takes C2 check. Everything falls with check.
That's a very good point. Oh yeah, this game is over. Nice.
Doesn't even matter that we lose the A7 pawn here. Once we mop up his center and queen side, it's just game over. 2 passers will easily find shelter for our king. It's just literally just over, man.
Well, what chat doesn't understand, it's not over if we're playing the game. It's over for Amon. He has 30 minutes and he's up 2 pawns in this position. I do agree.
Yeah.
We could lose this position. Me and Salty. Don't think Amon can. No, Evalbar. Why am I taking pawns? Because I'm taking pawns with check. I think it's over. There's I'm in the original position, yes.
A beautiful KO is coming.
I would eloquence is the word I would use because nothing flashy is happening here.
Yeah, it's a very Amon just slowly rolled him.
Yeah, this was just he just steamrolled the poor kid.
Yeah.
You think King H5 will be played? Just walk the king up and just casually mate the white king? Moj?
Let's just go here. We have no more checks. That's really funny.
Yeah, literally no more. Actually, there's a check. Queen to C8,
Yeah, come see.
but then king takes, and
Or
then no
even
more checks. Or why not king takes though?
more checks.
King takes.
I don't want to deal with it. It's still probably very good. You're also just up 2 pawns again.
True.
Yeah, King H5 is very clean.
Yeah, Queen C7.
Yeah, so it would be 5.
Can I grab you anything?
Nope. I'm predicting this game will be over soon, so I'll get some snack.
But then you're gonna have to.
I have 3 hours.
You're gonna talk for a while. Maybe Amon might want to talk afterwards.
True, but it'll still have some time. It's this game. I am predicting we less than 20 minutes left in this game.
Oh, for sure. The
Yeah.
moment those pawns fall, kid's probably gonna
Salty, are you
resign
gonna
after.
commentate later?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Someone else will. I'm sure there's other people here. There's a star-studded lineup.
Yeah, we have Buddy Kurtz joining us.
Cool.
We got Kurtz, we got Seth, Endgame Magician.
The monster.
yeah.
So it's
I
So
think
this is the
once that
position.
pawn falls to check, his opponent's gonna resign after like a few more moves.
yeah. Both of these moves are very convincing. Eddie is soon. Don't worry. Boys.
Medinik, that's a good phrase from Put Him in the Dirt.
He's putting him in the dirt.
Popular
Exclamation point
chessbrah
factor, indeed.
phase.
If you guys get Factor right now, you not only do you get $120 off, but you get a free tier 3 and a game with Eric. All you have to do is send him proof.
Nice. Is that the today's offer?
That's the offer for the week, I thought.
That's cool.
I've been saying that. I hope so. No, I'm having lots of fun. Aman will quickly play a move, well, within 15 minutes, and that's pretty quick for him. Aman moving within 15, that's some speed.
Has he been slow?
Yeah, he's
See,
good.
I know I don't understand him on like that because I don't see him on play.
He's
I-
very rusty, so I don't blame him for being slow. But there was 3 moves that he spent 20 minutes on, 20 minutes on, 20 minutes on in a row yesterday.
It's different than his regular chess that he's been playing.
Exactly.
Because watching him grind through like 30-second and fast chess, like
Yeah, it's very different because all 30 seconds is a lot of you're playing on instinct.
Yeah.
Like, so a lot of times you can blunder, but it's mostly I'm instinctively playing this move.
Yep.
Well, I already have a sweatshirt.
Learned. I have never been pre-moving any of my. I'm not at that speed to be doing pre-moves on.
Yeah, it's kind of. I learned with Hyper.
Did you?
Yeah, so I started with that time control. I'll do a Kermit voice in a bit. I gotta get a drink.
Is that one of your talents?
Yes, I can do an okay Kermit voice, but my throat's pretty sore because I've been talking all day.
Okay.
Just Dylan's like Kramnik, no pre-moves. Indeed, he wants to be thinking of the position.
Thank you, J Bell. I'm happy to be here, of course. We got King H5. Let's go.
That's actually fucking good.
Aman is really
Holy
good at it
shit.
too.
You make. Actually, yeah, he could do. Yeah, he can. You're just making me think of like very
Dirty things. I can
very
say dirty
just
things.
very. It's very dirty jokes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just like
Oh,
growing
my-
up with like.
My wife's name is Miss Piggy. That's some roast beef.
Okay.
Ooh.
That'll be the extent of that.
Ooh, I just. Oh, I can't say it. I
Yeah.
can't say some of these.
Oh, King H5. Okay.
Yeah, very sexy.
Very, very professional.
Yep. It's a very nice find by Aman. Got a simple plan going here. And F5. So maybe Queen C8 to not allow going there. Then
It actually is tricky though. Queen to C8.
there's only 2 checks. So if you say he gives this check, there's literally only 2.
Okay, then after F5 is just game over.
Game over. Yeah, it's just made.
But what if Queen C8 first? Not
Yeah, Queen
allowing the
C8
king
first
to
is
run.
interesting. Queen C8, and then I can always take the pawns with check. And go here, or I can probably just. Is this winning? I feel like this is winning. Oh no, then you have the
Oh
perpetual
my
here.
God, that's a
I-
perpetual.
yeah, I forgot about that one.
Or close to it.
If it was with check, it's perpetual just between these two. I guess then you might be able to run this way, but it's no. Don't want to be doing that. Yeah, so maybe you try to trade off the queens with check somehow. Because you are just up a pawn at the end of the day. But this plan is always just a free pawn. Then after king h3, it's you're up
Yeah,
2
it's-
pawns, but it's not
Look,
easy.
I'd be worried about perpetuals.
Try to get some triangulation where if they check, you can
You
go
block?
like this. Yeah.
That is clean. That is very, very clean.
This is such an annoying position. Dude. Oh, what if you take?
I don't think you want to be giving up that pawn though. G4 like that.
But at some point, like You would try to be moving that.
Well, then you can just trade off. Sorry, something salty.
Actually, you're right. Yeah, you're right. G4 is actually nasty for that exact reason.
I was trying to see if there was a mate there, but I guess you just trade off the queens. I don't want to win the end game. I just want to win the...
The king.
Yeah. Yeah, then just the pass pawns. Thank you, Moj. We're having fun. This is the live position, Rui. You don't take this pawn. You go f4. Sorai.
So let's ask Moj a question. In the nighttime, are you guys playing? Are you guys playing with other chess players in the evening time?
I think they're very tired after.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Amon said yesterday, because during the interview, like, he's pretty much just gonna go back and watch a movie.
Right.
And then
Just like turn his brain off for
Yeah.
a little bit. Yeah.
we gotta move. Push the board. Yeah, man.
Oh, it's played.
Queen c8 to prevent
It is-
this.
Also to prevent the king from running.
I don't know. I think just there's
Just
a lot
gobble
of
up the
yeah. That's what I would do. And it's all with check. Valiant effort for fighting on. But looks like Amon's ready to make his move. Any second. Looks like we're gonna get it. Queen e6.
Queen e6. Okay.
So, I mean, why?
It's very clinical though. You're now facilitating queen g4. Yeah, check. No, check with the queen, and then no matter where the king goes, king g4.
Yes. Oh, that's very nice.
And now the king is sheltered.
Yeah.
So this is the first player that I've seen that's not wearing a mask.
It is.
Against Amon.
He's 13.
So
probably doesn't want to wear one. A rebellious kid.
not afraid of Amon's cooties.
And now the queen and king are gonna tag team that lone king.
Yeah, and this pawn is, I mean, it's defendable, but then you get checked here, there, and then like there. You have to do it right, but Amon will convert this. Let's go back to the current position.
What's the benefit of e6?
It's just kind of forcing the queens off. Yeah, so this line is pretty forced.
Once the queens come off, it's just an easy clinical win for Amon. Just
this position is very easy. Like Amon,
and
it's pretty forced too.
And also, White's last move prevented king g4, so queen e6 facilitates king g4.
So when he takes here, that's why queen e6 allowed you to get through here, because he played queen c8 to prevent you from going king here.
And now the king and queen are gonna tag team the lone king. g2 is weak. Queen's gonna infiltrate. It's just gonna be a slow grind now. So was queen takes c5 played?
Yep, and then queen e3 has been played as well.
Yeah, it's just clinical. Once that king comes to g4, it's pretty much done. We got no more checks. f5, king is well insulated.
Yep, this is pretty much it. Very clean in the endgame.
Now the only thing that black has to watch out for is some weird perpetual.
Yeah, exactly. So the board hasn't really updated, but we have gotten king there as well. So now g4, no problem. G4 and the game's over. Yeah, beating kids. Let's go. Queen takes queen. How do you do that? That's a good question, Nick. Mon's going to make a move. Looks like he's going towards his king. His hands. Got king g4. And mates on now there's yep. Indeed. Well, at least, you know, it's fun to have a commentator you can make fun of, because can't make fun of GMs for messing up. You can make fun of me though. I would resign at this point. What about you?
You would resign as white? I think there's still a bit of technique required.
I would resign after this. In classical anyway.
I'm a firm believer in playing it out till the very, very end. Until it's very clear that you are getting mated or they're getting a pawn that just cannot be stopped.
Yeah.
I've played a
In
game
classical,
where
I don't like. If I had been here for 4 hours and I'd lost this position, I would be so tilted I would just get out of there. I didn't know you could hear my neck cracking. But yeah. Sorry, I cut you off. He was gonna flag him on. Indeed. He played Queen d6.
Queen d6. That's an interesting move. You can almost force the queens off here with a little finesse. Queen to e2. And where do they go?
Probably here. Not do a check. Because if you go
Okay,
here,
maybe not. King's always gonna stay close to that pawn.
yeah, we'll see. Well, Oman will show us how to win it.
Thank you, Eric, for that shout out.
So now you just win all the pawns with check, according to Buddy Kurtz. Queen f3 is also a very good move.
I like Queen e2 better though. Queen e2, and then you just win the pawn by force.
Well, you're winning
with
the
check.
you're winning g3 by force now, and that trades the queens.
Ah, yes, that's the way to do it. And then Queen to f2, yes.
I mean, I don't see what you do here. I guess queen takes c4. There's complications here, but queen f1 first or f3 first.
Oh, actually, you can force the queens off here. Look, go back one move to king h1. Queen to f1 check. No, queen to f1, and then king to queen to h3 check. And then you force the king on the g file.
Nice, fine, salty. Yeah, I didn't see that.
And then it's over. Yeah, I'm on Wednesdays 10 out of 10 times.
Yep, he sees it. That was a very nice line, salty, and it's being played. You predicted it.
Let's go. The moment that line happens, I feel like the moment the queen check happens, force the queens off, Buddy will resign. It's just dead loss.
Yep. This is the move that has been played, and I'm sure he's about to resign. Hold. Already about to get a handshake. Hold for the handshake. There's a handshake. Oh yeah, this is a player who knows what he's doing. This is a handshake. Looking up, wondering what he could have done differently, wondering where he went wrong, going through the game in his head.
Oh, it's official.
Yep, that's a handshake.
A point for our boys. For our boy. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Holy fuck.
Spam the K.
That was a hard fought fucking
That
game.
was hard fought. That is a KO for Amon.
Amon missed the KO with Queen F3. I mean,
Bishop F3.
Bishop F3.
So many moves ago, we could have just not been
But
here.
because of the complications, that's totally fine to not
Yeah.
walk into with like a minute on his clock. But that is a huge dub.
That is a very nice game. Just
That wasn't
grind
an
that
easy.
down. It wasn't. That opening is so drawish. To play for a win as black is so nice. Yeah, so it's move 26 instead of taking. We can talk about because he's gonna join soon. So let's get ready. We'll go through the game. So first, I love the opening choice to play a Sicilian, and then I want to know if he feels like this is already kind of just okay for black, because I think it is. I really like this knight d7 to f6 plan. Bishop d6 was nice.
A very good game.
Yes, and then g4.
G5
Shutting up
was
all. Oh yeah, g5. Shutting up all
G5
things.
was a full send.
Yeah.
H2 was a very nice resource by the opponent, though. Really created some nasty complications. You want to show the line with F3, though? Bishop F3?
Yeah.
That crucial moment?
So instead of taking here, if Amon played bishop f3.
Queen F1 is forced.
Yep.
And then G4. And there's no stopping the queen slide.
Yep.
But then there was a complication, like bishop takes F7.
So I know it seems like a complication, but you just take back with the queen. But with low time, if you don't see that you can take back with the queen, I wouldn't enter it. Because then
Maybe there were other lines as well, though.
Because then you can also go to h5.
But yeah, kudos to the kid for finding H3. It's super resourceful.
I think what was probably a miss was the fact that if you take, this is checkmate. Because it was also, he had to calculate that from here, that queen f going here doesn't work. You know what I mean? Because if you take with the rook, you get this. So we can definitely talk about this position.
Hold up, rook e7?
Rook e7.
So yeah, Amon needs to find, can you play Eric's line?
Yes.
So of course Amon saw bishop f3.
Wait, where's the line? I missed it. So rook g7 after g4.
Rook e7 to g4.
Yeah, but g4 is a lot longer down. Do you ever even play g4? I'm confused.
No, in the line where it's forced mate.
Oh yes, this one.
Yeah.
Sorry, as I said, it's hard to.
So bishop f3. Yeah, rook e7. You have to find rook sack on exactly there we go. You gotta find the rook sack line.
Yep. Very nice game from Amon.
And to his defense, that's too much to calculate with what, like 30 seconds to a minute on your clock.
Yeah, he had 30 seconds and he needed to calculate
all
4
that
moves ahead
and much more. So to avoid it is you can't be too harsh on the guy.
Yep. And he freed his rook and then won, knowing that he's still a pawn up in that endgame.
Like he had the option to steer the game to an endgame where he knew it's gonna be more difficult, but with less time on the clock, he can steer it, make easy moves, gain time control, and then slowly work his way to outplay his opponent. So that was a nice bailout. But if that wasn't an option, then I think we would just full send bishop f3 if there was no like other option.
So remember to unmute on
Discord.
Yeah. Amon will be joining soon, and then I'll mute on Discord. Hello, buddy.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
There we go.
Great win. Very Hamilton-esque. Taking him to the end game.
Oh man, yeah, that was that was definitely something. Pretty long game, eh?
Yep. It was a very long game. Let me just
You got
turn
Salty
your...
on the broadcast with you?
We do, but it seems he hasn't unmuted in um Zoom. You gotta unmute in Zoom, buddy. I can force him to unmute.
Hello?
Now we can hear you.
Hey,
I'm sorry. I'm a bit of a boomer when it comes to this technology. But yeah, congrats on your win, man. That was a hard-earned grind.
Yes.
To
dude,
come to your
it's over the board. It's just not easy to beat a lower rated player. Like to create something. Sometimes they just kind of play really well, really solid, or trade or get a good opening, which is really common against me. And you really have to dig deep to like create chances, basically. So it's very hard
Exactly.
to win a game over the board when there's so much time.
Yep. And he was definitely the opening, allowing you to have d5 right away in the opening. That's kind of like a not the most enterprising line for him, right? It was like allowing you to take the full center.
So normally I would say yes, but um, there's this whole thing with um, the setup that he chose that I think is really difficult to deal with. So his plan is just that he's going knight ge2 and he's going to go knight f4.
Mm-hmm.
And I have no way to really protect d5 because bishop e6 will just get taken. And he's also coming with bishop g5 to take my knight and also make d5 weaker. So his whole game plan is all about this d5 pawn.
Yep.
And at some point, I have to play d4.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever I play d4, I give up the d5 square, the e4 square.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you have to tiptoe so carefully as black because if I had just played knight c6 instead of knight d7 to f6, I think black actually gets in a lot of trouble. Like it's kind of a known setup that white goes for this, and white's going to play knight f4, like maybe queen h5, and it's a really fun way to play for white. But I think like it's really easy to go wrong as black
Yeah.
against this setup. It's a really
Kind
tricky
of
setup.
like a kind
Oh,
of
for
bit
sure.
like delayed pressure into the center.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Makes more
yeah.
sense.
It's a really weird setup, but it's unorthodox because you don't normally deal with like a knight coming to f4 so quickly.
Yep.
Exactly.
So I spent a lot of time in the opening because I knew that it was like a really tricky setup. And I thought this time, I'm never going to be right all the time, but I thought this time was a good use of time in the opening to make sure nothing went too poorly.
Yep. Salty and I were a big fan of knight d7 to go after the bishop.
Yeah, I think that was really important because he had this opening. I think I looked at his games. This time the pairings were up, so I could check a little bit. But
Okay.
basically, he plays like e4 and d4, so not much you can really do there. And I noticed he played knight c3, but I hadn't seen a game where he allowed d5 like this. So when I played it, I was like, oh, just d5, take the center, kind of like you were saying,
Yep.
Gory. But then once I did it, I was like, wait a minute, I gotta be really careful because it's a really tricky setup that white could go for.
But I do agree with you. It's in those positions you were almost taught like just to play d5 if we can.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then if white just goes knight f3 and not knight g2, black's just better.
Yeah.
Um, so white, like he definitely allowed it and went for what he went for on purpose.
Mhm.
So he definitely had this idea or setup prepared. Not necessarily against me, but just in general, if people go d5, you got to know what to do. So yeah, the opening was like really slow by me and like just trying to not fall into any pitfalls. I'm not sure at what point he really kind of like slowed it down, but I found it a little bit funny that in all my games so far as white and as black, I've played either g4 or g5.
Yep, I said, is there a case to be made for g5 this game again? And everyone made fun of me again. And then you played it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel like yeah.
Go ahead, Salty.
I just feel like G5 was a turning point because in the opening, like you said, the pressure on on black was immense. Like it wasn't so easy to navigate, find the squares your pieces need to be, and you managed to use your time wisely and really navigate those murky waters. And then after G5, I feel like that's where he started to lose the thread of the pressure, the negative pressure he had on you.
Right, because I think basically the entire game I'm like struggling to not be worse, and I always say this when you're playing a low-rated player. The reason I spend so much time is like I really have to think what's the best way to take a risk and what's too much risk.
Yeah.
Because I have to take risk at some point. If the guy's playing solid and really not blundering, low-rated player, you have to take a risk at some point. You just have to go for something that maybe looks a little speculative, or that there might be a trick that you think they won't see. And I thought that G5 was something that he could underestimate because, okay, first of all, it's easy to miss when you're calculating that after rook b2, you can't play bishop b3. Like it looks in your head like you're trapping the rook, but it's easy to miss that, and I kind of thought he did.
And then he found this really interesting move, h3.
H3, yeah.
I didn't know what this move. To me, I thought this was just a mistake, but maybe his position was already like maybe I just didn't appreciate how good my position was at that point. Maybe H3 was actually an okay sack, but I looked at it and I was like, I don't get it. I'm just gonna take it.
Yeah, well, that is the most principled thing if you're offered a gambit, just to take it.
Yeah.
How did you feel when your
that's
opponent...
about as generous as we're gonna get, calling that a gambit.
Yeah.
Exactly. How did you feel when your opponent, when both you guys were about to reach time control, was repeating queen e2 and
queen
e1?
It was very funny for us. I think we might have lost one.
Yeah, we might have lost buddy.
It's okay. I'm sure we'll get him back in a second. And we have a beautiful faced. Maybe the phone died? It's just a gambit, bro. Well, we have him in chat. H3 was definitely interesting. And then this whole maneuver of just going back and forth was very funny. Did your phone die? I can kick you out. Oh, he's been kicked. Now it's just you. Nah, it's all good. I assume we'll... Poor phone, so it died? Salty and I can recap a bit of the game while we wait. Okay. Happy guys, happy.
Shout out to Amanda for that grind.
Very nice grind, honestly. Start to finish, just
honestly,
positional.
I really liked how the different stages of the game, the opening, it was really
Bishop d5, great move. And then going down. This guy going back and forth with his queen was very funny. Before that, but the whole queen e1, queen e2, queen d1 mix was very funny.
I feel like around here though is when the thread started to
definitely. Amon is
Amon.
up a pawn in an endgame, which is always going to be good for him. And then here, bishop d5 is a very good move. It kind of just like solidifies completely. Wait, I would have asked him if he was here.
If he had seen bishop f3, we were about to get to that question as well.
Well, I think he is going to come back. At least I think so. Let me check if I've been set up. I will ask him. Okay, I have texted him. That way we don't have to deal with delay. But yeah, so bishop f3 here. Oh, yep. But he should be back.
There we go.
Yep.
There we go. We got him now.
That's my bad. I didn't see you in the waiting room.
Yeah,
So-
no, I only just got in there. Yeah, the Wi-Fi is a little spotty here.
No problem at all. So is we're around move 26 on our questions we want to ask you. I thought bishop d5 was a great move. Kind of just getting on that weak diagonal of light squares around the king. It's very,
Yes.
very complicated and you have low time.
So yeah,
Yeah,
around
bishop
here
bishop
you have like a
d5
minute.
was I was happy with.
Yep.
So around here you had like less than a minute or close to a minute, and after queen to e2, there was an interesting move, queen to f3. Did you consider that for a moment?
No, bishop
and then
f3
chose
first.
to go into the endgame instead as a safer option?
Queen f3.
No, bishop f3.
bishop f3.
Sorry.
Oh, bishop f3.
Yes.
It gets real complicated.
It's very sharp.
With like 30 seconds on the clock. I think you made the safer decision.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say like I considered it, but not too seriously, because I mean after queen e8, simply like I can never go queen h3 to mate because of f7, and my rook is like not doing anything.
Exactly.
So I was
Yeah.
it might be a good move because maybe he also can't do anything, but I didn't want to get in a position in time pressure where I didn't see my next plan.
Yep, that makes sense. And as
So I
Salty
was a little
said,
concerned there, but I did consider it. I wasn't happy to play bishop takes bishop. I can say that. Like that
Yeah.
wasn't the goal, but he definitely was about to. What was he about to do? He was about to go g4, which was going to be like kind of
Killer
a weird
move.
move. So g4 kind of threw me off, and then the time was ticking, and I was like, okay, let's just get these bishops off. I'm up a pawn.
And just take him to the end game.
yeah.
You know, I didn't know that it was winning at the end. Maybe it's not winning there. It's just better, but I definitely didn't work out all the calculations properly. And then I thought, okay, rather than mess this up, let's take it to a pawn up position where I know nothing's going to go wrong.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exact. And you're
30
extremely
seconds to a
comfortable in a
minute.
pawn up.
Why-
You know you're
why
going to be a
deal with
little
that
better.
complication?
Yeah. So I'm sure I missed some good stuff there. But I thought let's take it to the end game.
Which was tier
and
defense
just
totally winning. Up a pawn.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know if it's like totally winning. Queen end games are so tricky. Like they're like knight end games. There's no rules really for like how you're supposed to play them. It's just a lot of raw calculation.
Yeah. H4
So
was very strong when you played it.
H5 and H4. I shuffled some pieces, got some moves in the bank. And well, I was quite sure after H takes G3 that at some point I'd be winning. Like,
yeah.
Once I get rid of my H pawn,
Mhm.
I just knew that. I mean, I'm pretty comfortable in these kind of end games. You're up a pawn, like against a low rated player. I think the end game is the main area where you're gonna separate in skill.
Yeah.
And it showed in the game. He
Definitely.
played this weird queen a1 move at one point, just
Felt like
this-
just a waste of a move.
distancing his queen from
Queen
his
A8, not Queen A1.
Yes, queen
Oh,
a8.
queen A8. Yeah, he well that was the move that he played right before time control. Not that he
Okay.
was in time pressure, but I think he was trying to at least make me think about some checks, like queen f8 and my a
Mhm.
pawn hanging when I had one more move to still make. But I think I'm not sure, but I think maybe he should have taken my h pawn. Like g takes h4. I definitely felt like once I played h takes g3 that I was in a good spot.
Yeah. It's
So I thought maybe he should have taken my pawn, but instead he went queen a8, and I was very happy to see that because I
Yeah.
know how to win these kind of positions. Like I had to calculate it out, but the plan is you always like you activate you bring your king in at some point, and you just have to find the way to do that, and you often sack a couple pawns on the way. So I knew what I had to do. I just had to find it. So I was pretty sure it was winning at that point.
And then the little queen force trade in the end.
the great maneuver.
Finesse
Yeah.
was the chair on the top.
Yeah. There's no even without the forced trade, I don't think there's any there's any issues converting this. Like he could also play like queen takes a7 instead of queen d6, just to like, at least he takes a pawn so that he can say, oh, if we trade the queens now, maybe I have this past b pawn. Um, with the queens off in that position, I still think it's losing for white, but it's more of a attempt because this is obviously just lost by force. But yeah, maybe if you took on a7, then you would get the demonstration that it's still pretty tough to hold for white because you're gonna get checked on like e2, d1, takes c2. Like every single pawn is probably falling with check.
And
Exactly, yeah.
after the e2 check, king h3 is, as Salty would say, literally force mate.
Yeah, there's a few checks to deal with, but even if you don't find mate, you're gonna pick up like every single one of his pawns with a check. So it's pretty hopeless. You can pick and choose at that point.
Yeah. Very nice game. Start to finish.
Yeah, I mean the finish was obviously nice. Like it's nice to win those games. Those are my kind of games. Those end games that I like playing. And I understand better. But also when you're generally like rusty, I think your weakest point is going to be the openings for sure, like every time. And in the middle game, I'm going to be a little slow calculating, but I feel like in the end game, that's the one area where if you're rusty, you've still got it in that area of the game. Like you still know all the patterns for the end game, and you don't usually have to like sit there and do a 20-minute think to know what comes next in an end game, as opposed to sitting there in the middle game.
Yep. Do you feel
So going into the next, yeah.
You feel as the
Go ahead.
tournament's progressing, you're getting a bit more sharper in your calculations back into the old swing of things? Or is it still baby steps?
No. I don't think you really ever get close to that until you start making it a routine. Like playing tournaments becomes more of a routine and a regular thing. I don't think a couple games makes up for a couple years off.
Yeah.
So probably need a much larger sample size before something like that happens.
Okay. Well, I have one more question before you go, Salty, if you have anything else. I was just wondering what your plan after you just won the game. How are you gonna celebrate before your next game in 3 hours?
Yeah, it's in like what, 2.5. So yeah, 2.5 hours. I mean, the thing is, these games go so long. I'm like waking up pretty early, and that's the reason that the openings go so poorly. Is like not only do I not know openings now, I'm like out of it, but my opponents do. And then when you have the black pieces, you have to even equalize as well. Plus, I'm like yawning. I feel like I don't wake up until about an hour and a half into the game. So the morning rounds have been really tough so far. I caught a nap yesterday before my game, which was like yesterday before my 5 p.m. game, which was pretty key. And I think I'm probably gonna do that again.
Sounds like a plan.
Yep, I will also be taking a nap.
Yeah, I gotta nap it up.
Yeah.
But there's a afternoon game today, and then tomorrow I think is a single round day, but it's single round day in the morning. So
I know.
not exactly like it does feel like you basically play 5 games in a row.
Yeah.
Double round, and then morning is really like 5 straight games more or less.
Yeah, honestly. It's a lot of games.
But
Yeah.
I am awake now, that's for sure. But these games I think are going to be pretty regular. Me with the black pieces against lower rated player, like it's probably always going to be a long game. I think I just have a very solid repertoire.
Yeah.
I don't have a like a King's Indian kind of opening to bust out. And this was a Sicilian, so I was definitely trying to be a little provocative, but he went for a system which in retrospect I'm not sure I should have allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just kind of like really easy to get those moves out. So maybe that was not too smart in hindsight, but it's tough to beat like solid players when you have the black pieces. So
This was
with white, there should be more chances.
I don't know if you know this, but you're playing the U14 Canadian champion.
Yeah, actually, someone either told me that or posted that maybe in our Discord or something. So I did know that. and it just reminded me how I don't know a single, U18 champion in like any, U18, U16. I don't know any of the kids anymore. I'm too old. So these are all like brand new names for me.
Well, they were like 6 or something last time you were playing OTB chess.
Exactly. So, I mean, I don't know any of these players, but I've in general like the distance between me and my opponents, I feel like has been very very small, minimal in general in all the rounds so far. So, the game with the white pieces that I've already played that I drew definitely was like maybe in some ways my biggest advantage. Like, but also it got shaky both ways. So I feel like the games with white are going to be way more double edged, and the games with black are going to be like pretty pretty close. Where I feels like I'm squeezing water from stone.
Yeah. Well, you somehow always managed to so far.
Yeah, even yesterday, I would consider the draw squeezing water from stone.
At times.
Because I was thinking that maybe I should lose that at some point. So I'll take it.
Well, thank
Yeah, we
you.
have 2 out of 3 or 2.5 out of 3, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah,
They're using
pretty
like
solid.
some accelerated pairings here, so I think that's gonna wear off in a couple more rounds. Um, but it doesn't really affect the pairings that much. It just means that like at no point will round one be like some 1400 on board one or something. So
Yeah.
it just brings everybody else up a little bit.
Anthony is was just told by chat. Anthony is also 2.5 out of 3 and just played white. Are there any chances that you would play him in this tournament, just like by how the pairings work, or not yet?
Definitely. I don't really know his rating, and the thing is they're pairing with like Canadian ratings here instead of FIDE.
Yeah.
So it's a little weird. Like, my opponents are listed as whatever 2000, 2100, 22. But then they've just like they've I don't know, they're like 1800 FIDE or something.
Yep.
So
Lin is 1900 FIDE.
right, exactly. And it's like, oof, man, these are some risky games.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Big plus minus.
But yeah, it's definitely possible with Anthony, and it would always be better to play these kind of games in terms of the risk reward. Like you're someone probably with around the same Canadian rating as a lot of other players, but his FIDE is considerably higher.
Yeah. Well, that
But
would be.
yeah, definitely possible. I have no idea. I'm hoping that the pairings will be at least out in time for me to check a little bit. They weren't yesterday, but I'm not sure how much time they're building in for like between the rounds.
Well, we wish
Maybe
you
the
luck.
game's finished late. I'm not sure. Like the
True.
game's finished at 4:30 or something. But yeah, how
Yeah,
was
not much
the
time left.
what's that?
And there's not much time left between the rounds, eh? 5 o'clock is did you get catching
Yeah.
up still?
Yeah, I think I have time for a little one, but it's not that much time because all the games finish, and if one goes really late, then by the time they get the pairings up, it's not really time to look at anything.
Yeah.
But the overnight rounds, obviously, they get them up, so that's not bad. Yeah, I was gonna say, how's the broadcast today?
I had lots of fun commentating with Salty.
It went pretty smoothly.
I didn't have the
I-
engine on for half of it, so I thought something was force mate for about 5 times. It just wasn't. So Wild Hex is a funny clip there.
I was most proud to find that last position in where you force the queens off with queen to f1, h3, and
Yep, Salty saw that line before I did with the H3 check.
so I was pretty happy that we were in sync there to force the queens off by force.
And then to take G3 in the end game.
I'm sure that I'm the one lagging out here.
Yeah,
But I missed
maybe.
I missed part of that. But something about the queen thing at the end, right?
Yeah, the
Salty?
queen H3 check.
I pretty much
Gotcha.
happy that I
Yeah,
saw
that's a
that
nice way
without the engine.
to finish it off.
Exactly, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's my.
Nice. Some positions, like turn the engine on, like definitely helps you like get a grip on like what you should be looking for when you're commentating, because obviously it's hard to do commentary on games where maybe both players are stronger than you as a lower rated player. So sometimes it's helpful, and then in things like endgames, the engine doesn't really help that much. So it's nice to just try to calculate.
Yep.
So that's good.
We had it off for most of it today. I made a
Nice.
couple of blunders.
Nice. Well, it was a bit of a slow start. I wasn't able to sack my queen for salty.
I
But
gotta.
there's still another game today.
There's still more games to
We did poll,
yeah.
like we did a poll on what opening you're gonna choose, and the c5 e6 Sicilian and the queen sack England gambit line were the top voted.
It was 50-50 split.
Yep.
Well, obviously it was 50-50. If d4 happened, I was gonna sack my queen, obviously.
Let's go.
Just
But
didn't
yeah,
get a
man.
chance.
Yep.
Good
planned.
You, man. Awesome game. Got still more rounds ahead of you.
Yes,
Looking
yes.
forward to spectate or commentate or whatever for the upcoming games, man.
Yep. Best of luck again.
Yo, appreciate it, boys. Thanks for joining again, Salty. Obviously, Gory every day on the grind as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And do we know who's joining this evening, by the way?
I do believe it is Kurt's 45 minutes in, so maybe I'll have Tom again if he's, or maybe someone else.
Nice. So we got some rotating twinks.
Yep.
Yes. Well,
That's-
I'm not
that's
giving
good
it to you
stuff.
any longer. I've gained 20 pounds since Calgary, and I'm looking to gain another 30 pounds by the end of the year. Or
Big
not
man.
in a year, but
Holy, we got the boys
before
on
Oh, yeah.
before Tulum 2.0 is what I'm trying to say.
the ball. Okay, you're coming into looking for a different weight class. I see.
Yes. All right, I'm on.
Well,
That's good stuff.
Enjoy your
good
nap.
stuff.
Your
Well,
nap,
boys,
if
I'll
you can-
take off then.
Yeah.
Get a nap in before my next game. I'll say a shout out to everyone watching as well. Make sure to check out those factor meals. Exclamation
Oh,
mark
yeah.
factor in the chat.
We've been
Let's get
selling them.
everyone on a meal delivery service.
We're
Go
at
Factor.
57
Go
now.
Factor.
The 60
All right,
by your
well,
next game.
I'll try to secure a win for a 60 plus factor signups.
Indeed. Thank you for
All right.
3
joining.
more away. All right, take it easy.
See you guys.
I'm on. See ya.
And thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you guys for the next round in 2 hours, 15 minutes.
See you.
All right. Peace.
Peace.
That was very wholesome.
That was very wholesome. So, we're gonna be wrapping up. Amon got the win. We're very excited. Always nice to have him win. Thank you, everyone who's coming. Everyone who's chilled with Salty and I. It's been an absolute pleasure. Well, I've at least now Wild Hacks will have. It's literally forced mate to make fun of me the whole time. Meanwhile, he hung mate in 2 within 5 moves. I was spectating that game. It was really funny. But I will see you guys tonight. Thank you all for coming. Bye, Johnny DJ. Bye, J Will. Bye, Red Sun. Bye,
Easy,
Ubitzia.
guys. Take
Bye,
it easy at
Ralph.
Glory Hole. Thank you for having me, guys.
No problem. We will be rating someone, so just let me get the copy and paste up. Okay, perfect. It's muted. And thank you guys for joining for the raid.
All right, bye.
Peace.